Morning, Mark. Morning.
Hi, Mark. Were you able to get your email?
Travis says the Fremont NE is still not working.
We're waiting to get some technology in order here.
All right, I got YouTube up. How you doing on the sound?
So since Fremont NE
Test.
Oh, Sean's never got mixed.
We're calling. Test. Travis says it is, but we checked it internally. Check it externally on your phone.
He was just spinning. I was able to-
I think it's down. I think it's just up internally.
Hey, Nick, it's Jennifer. I don't have Sean's phone number. We seem to be having some technology problems here.
Try it on your cell phone, see if it's an external
We
problem.
don't have him on the line yet. We don't know if he's having a hard time getting in or what. So anyway, could you give me his number and I'll try and catch him? Okay, great. Thank you. Bye.
Can you reset that external? Because I've got 4 or 5 complaints.
I have no idea.
Let me call Nick. Are you gonna call him?
I can call.
So I bet we don't have to monitor on the website, it's Civic Plus.
Oh. Hey, their website's down. Oh, yeah, Civic Plus DNS servers are down. You know what the problem is? Okay, they're working on it, right?
Hey,
Okay.
Sean, this is Jennifer. I think.
So internally it works, it's just externally it doesn't work, right? You're good. Right. Okay, yep. Sounds good. I just got 4 or 5 reports, huh? Right, okay. All right. Thanks, Mike. That's why your emails aren't still working externally. Because Tyler's right, Civic Plus is having a problem. Nick's been working on it all night, he said.
Is Nick working on that or what?
Yeah, but he said it's not gonna be anytime soon, so. But Zoom's working, so they can get in.
How Bill Levine, are they gonna get in?
I don't know. I left a message for Sean. He called me back, just texted me and said he can't get in. About Simon.
You can tell him through Zoom, tell him to get through Zoom. Just start texting the number, yeah. Here's the login number. Okay.
Give it a few more minutes here, then we're gonna have to get started.
Hey, Sean. Good. So are you having trouble getting in through Zoom?
Photograph that.
Okay. I'm calling to the website, so I think you'll have to call in.
No, he can get in on Zoom.
You can get in on, okay. You can get in on the Zoom link. So I'll take a picture of this and then send it to you. Okay. Bye.
Travis, can you hear me? Go ahead
Go
and
ahead and
talk.
talk.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we may just have to email out the Zoom link to anyone that wants to appear at the meeting.
Yeah, they can't get to the website to look up that number, so we just got to text it to them.
Okay.
Our third party's got the website down. So we're waiting for House of Levine to get somebody on so we can get going. No, I think she emailed them.
If we just email the agenda for the meeting too, that would work.
Exactly. There's Sean Tapia, is that right? Yes. It's a legal meeting. No, turn your speaker on there.
Hey, Travis. So with our website down and our Zoom link basically not working up, I mean, is that any issue with the public being able to get in this meeting at this point? I mean, it was posted earlier. It's posted here at the building. I mean, it's,
No, that's not a problem. It's similar to a phone line being down.
say that again.
It's not a problem. It's similar to a phone line being down. It's out of our control. The
Okay.
notice was published. Public accessibility is, they could still show up to the room if they needed to, so.
Okay.
There's no Open Meetings Act violation.
Thank you. Well, I would say when we get House of Levine, do we have somebody on, Jennifer, from them?
We do.
So since that's our first item, I would say, I mean, are you feel good about that where we're at technology wise at this point?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. All right, before we get started, let's start with the pledge. So. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. All right, we'll call the special meeting retreat to order. First item, we'll do roll call. Please cast your votes for roll call. Well, we'll wait for roll call because Tyler, if I knew how to do his side, I would do it. But when can we just do a yes if you're here? Councilman Legman, Councilman Sukram, Councilman Jensen, Councilman Yerger, Councilwoman Ganem, Councilman Coons. 6 council members present. Okay, I'll just start off with my comments here on today and the goal and really why we're here and why I think it's really important. So first things first, I know we're this is a Saturday morning. Appreciate you, council, for being here. Thank you, staff, for taking the time to be here as well and answer the questions and be available. Really, my goal for this retreat today is obviously we have some important things coming up in the city in regards to the comprehensive plan, the UDC changes coming up, our capital improvement plan, as well as our 1 and 6 street improvement plan. So Really, this is going to give council an opportunity to ask any questions they may have, have us hear from staff, from House Sale Levine on where they're at with the comprehensive plan. In regards to a 10-year plan for the city, this is an important document, 3 important documents actually. And that's one of the reasons why I sent out for us to at least get familiar with these documents. So we have an idea from House Sale Levine on what they're presenting. So that's number one, is the goal for just us as a council and mayor to communicate and ask any questions we have, and look at these important things going on right now in our city. And hopefully at the end, I had some time for goals. I do want to give every council member an opportunity to discuss, what was important to them in regards to what they, heard from their constituents, as well. Just bring things up that are important to them. That my goal is to get a lot of input when it comes to, people of Fremont. And that was my goal leading up to this, as well as what I heard in the campaign, as well as what I'll hear today from council. And so formulating, getting all that comment will allow for a good goal setting to be done here in the next couple of weeks. And so we can really set a good direction for the city of Fremont. So that's really my goal for today. And hopefully at the end of this, we can, this time was used beneficial for all of you. And I again, look forward to having the discussions today. So that finishes my comments. We'll move on. So the first item today is we'll hear a report from House Sale Levine, discuss plans to update the UDC comprehensive plan and long range transportation plan. So Jennifer, I will leave it over to you. You want to go ahead and start and introduce our guests if they're on. So.
Oh, okay. It was hidden. Got it. Okay, Jennifer, Dan, do I need to leave my mask on while I talk? Can you hear me okay? Okay. I'd like to introduce Sean Tapia with House Hill Levine. He is leading up the comprehensive plan effort, but he's also working very closely with the team who's working on the long-range transportation plan and UDC elements. And Sean will give kind of an overview of the entire process. And I'll turn it over to him, and I'll be available for any questions you have, and then I can follow up and talk about the meetings that we have scheduled for the next 2 weeks.
Thanks, Jennifer. Good morning, everyone. As Jennifer said, my name is Sean Tapia. I'm the project manager for the comprehensive plan update. I do have a presentation that I can show if somebody wants to give me access. But if not, I can just talk through it in the meantime. So as Jennifer
Sean,
said,
you're good to go.
okay. Let me check here. I still don't have share screen permissions.
John, give us a couple seconds here. If we can't get it, you'll have to start, but we're trying to figure this out.
Yeah, no problem.
How about now, Sean?
Double check here. Nope, still don't have it. I can leave and rejoin.
I'm going to make you the host. Well, just a minute. I don't think. John, this is a webinar. I'm not sure you can.
Okay. Well, that's all right.
Go ahead, Sean.
Okay. So like I said, my name is Sean. I'm the project manager for the comprehensive plan update. We're also doing the long range transportation plan update. That effort is led by Jason Carby and his team at HDR. And then internally here at House of Levine, we also have Jackie Wells, who is leading the UDC update. So really quick, the three documents, the three projects work in tandem with one another. It's very important and very opportunistic for the city of Fremont to be updating all three of these projects at once. As the mayor said, the comprehensive plan is a 10-year document, if not longer, that really guides the future growth and development for the city of Fremont in the near future. It's a policy guide. It helps you all, as well as other officials and staff, determine what important issues and opportunities need to be addressed over the next 10 years and what specific strategies are available to address them. Similarly, the long-range transportation plan does the exact same thing, but specific to transportation, looking at the roadway system, pedestrian access, bikeability, public transit, different opportunities related to transportation in the city. And then the Unified Development Code is that tool for enforcing those decisions to regulate growth, from a legal perspective. It promotes and restricts certain industries and idealizes and promotes public health, safety, and welfare of the community overall. That's what you all use for your decision making. So all three projects are on a 6-step timeline. We've completed project initiation up to this point. We've had a presentation to this group back in November. We met with staff, the Plan Commission, and other stakeholder groups when we were out there in November to kind of kick off this project. Now we're in step 2, which is community engagement, looking at the larger public for the city, engaging those groups and figuring out what the issues are from a public perspective and what opportunities are available that we need to address moving forward. Then step 3 is the existing conditions memorandum. That's where we take the information we've heard from the public as well as through our own research and reconnaissance and really understand what the key takeaways are for the city of Fremont right now, not only from a transportation perspective, but also housing, commercial office and industrial development, parks and recreation, community facilities, and sustainability, different things like that. What are the important things we need to address in the plan? And that's what the existing conditions memorandum really summarizes and outlines. Then step 4 is community vision, goals, and policies. That's where we take the key takeaways and decide what the goals are for the city of Fremont over the next 10 to 15 years and how we're going to get there, really deciding what our future is for the city. And from there, we build out the citywide frameworks. That's the policies, the recommendations, the strategies that get to the goal and vision. That'll be the meat of the plan document for all 3 projects. And then last is the documentation and adoption. So we'll go through several rounds of revisions with staff, with you all, with the steering committee, and finally present it for adoption. So the comprehensive plan and the long range transportation plan run on those timelines. The UDC is very similar. The existing conditions for the UDC is a diagnostic report. It's an overhaul review of the existing code, which has been worked on significantly up to this point. And then recommendations align with goals and visioning, and then the draft UDC articles and adoption again are on that same timeline. So both projects, or all 3 projects, essentially are on the same 2-year timeline, almost 2-year timeline, with an anticipated adoption of the comprehensive plan and long range transportation plan in May of 2022. Since the Unified Development Code responds to the comprehensive plan and the long range transportation plan, it's used as that regulatory guide. The adoption is a few months later in August of 2022, just to make sure the code has the appropriate updates based on the findings and recommendations of the comprehensive plan and the long range transportation plan. So as I mentioned, step 1 is project initiation. We've met with staff. We've done some branding and collateral for all 3 projects. We launched a project website this past week. We've had kickoff meetings with city staff. We did a city tour. We've done local reconnaissance to drive, which is basically driving around the city, getting an understanding of what's on the ground, what's existing, where are the neighborhoods, where are the commercial corridors, where are the employment centers, what's functioning well, what isn't, getting a good solid foundation for our existing conditions report. Step 2 is community engagement. We're in the heart of that process right now. As I mentioned, we've launched a public project website, which includes an online community questionnaire, map.social, which is an online mapping engagement tool. We've had several key stakeholder interviews and focus groups. This coming week, we'll also have a business and community issues workshop. We'll do student and youth workshops. We're launching our DIY kits. And then from the UDC perspective, we've had the flooding and stormwater focus group, a subdivision focus group, and next week we'll also have a sign ordinance focus group. And the key things here are the project website and those online tools. Those help us continue to engage the public, even when we're not able to be in Fremont to launch public engagement and to oversee that there within the city. One thing I do want to point out is the online engagement is available in both English and Spanish. We wanted to make sure we worked with Jennifer and her team to be able to reach as many people and everyone as possible in the city. So we were able to create both English and Spanish versions of those engagement components. And step 3, the existing conditions memo. Like I mentioned, we're basically gathering as much information as we possibly can on all the key planning topics. It'll also include a review of past plans and studies. We want to make sure all the great work that's already been done in the city is carried forward from past plans and other projects. There's work that's been recommended that hasn't been completed yet and is still pertinent as we move forward for the next 10 to 20 years. So understanding what those are and carrying those forward. It'll also include a demographic and economic profile, understanding the trends that have happened in the city and the county region.
Hey, Sean.
Yep.
Thank you. I wanted to go back real quick on the point you were making about the community engagement part.
Sure.
And I know that you're doing that right now, going kind of through that. And when I went through the prior comprehensive plan, and at the end of that plan, there was that community synopsism where they had a big gathering, and a lot of the comments were from that kind of actual gathering they had. So with this, because of COVID and what's going on, getting engagement for this plan, what you're saying is all that we have to direct people to the website to do all that. Is that correct?
Currently, yes. So a lot of the issues and opportunities gathering is virtual, where we basically ask the public what's wrong with the city and what's right with the city, and what are some of the opportunities that exist right now. A lot of that is online. However, we have met with some specific stakeholder groups virtually, not exactly face to face, but as close as we can kind of get. Once we are able to compile the existing conditions, which we're aiming for in sometime early to mid-April, we are anticipating having a larger community workshop, an in-person workshop, if possible, to present that information and still gather that feedback. So instead of it being upfront and in person, it will be about midway through the process. So instead of the public participating at the outset in person, it'll be midway through, and that will lead into our visioning workshops. So they'll be able to provide direction for the future. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So for right now, though, it's all done on the website. Anybody that wants to comment is at this point, correct?
Yes. One opportunity that does exist is the DIY kit, the do-it-yourself workshop, which is basically a condensed version of what we would host in person for any member of the public to do in a smaller group. For example, with a homeowners association or just a neighborhood group, friends, family, a church group, anything like that. It's on the website. It's a packet that someone can download and then present and basically organize within their own small group. We typically suggest about 10 people participate in that, but it's our exact public workshop format that anyone can host with their own group of, friends or colleagues, coworkers. And we've had great success with that in other communities, and we're expecting to have a similar success here in Fremont.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Right. So step 3, the existing conditions memo. Again, we're anticipating that being a draft delivered to staff in early to mid-April. And once we have that reviewed by staff, again, it will go to the steering committee. That aligns with the UDC, with the the regulations and diagnostic report. So those two projects will align at that point there. And once we are able to get review from staff on all 3 memos for all 3 projects, we'll have, again, a check-in with this group, an elected and appointed officials roundtable workshop to present those findings, get your understanding, find out what we're missing, what's an opportunity that we haven't researched yet, just to make sure we're on the right track. And then from there, we move into community visioning, where we will, at the outset, present our findings to the public and then host those visioning workshops. And that's where we're hoping to be back in person for that larger community event. We're hosting that large, broad event with the public. We will have one geared toward the Hispanic community as well, to make sure we're able to capture their issues and concerns specifically. And then from there, the feedback we get from that will draft the community vision and goals to present an understanding of where we want to go in the future. And that will drive the policies and recommendations throughout the comprehensive plan and the long range transportation plan. And we will have checkpoints again in that step with the student and youth community, as well as the steering committee, to make sure, we're touching on everything that's important, to make sure we're addressing all the specific elements that we need to, that are important for Fremont. And then step 5, that's where we draft the plan for both projects. That's the citywide frameworks. So we'll have specific framework plans for housing, economic development, That's when we'll get into the downtown sub area, looking specifically at downtown Fremont and what some policies and development improvements can occur there. There will be community facilities, utilities and services, and then annexation and growth. And then similarly with the long range transportation plan, that's when Jason and his team will get into the heart of those recommendations related to vehicular mobility, public transit, walkability, bikeability, using the information and travel demand components they've drafted in the existing conditions report. And then that's also where the updates to the Unified Development Code will be drafted, looking at district establishments, district-specific standards, use standards, general development standards, sign standards, subdivision standards, and then administration and enforcement. With a draft deliverable for those three, looking roughly at the end of 2021, sometime in December, a deliver of those components to staff for review. And again, once staff has had a chance to review it, that will go to our steering committee to make sure we're addressing their comments. And then again, back to the elected and appointed officials, this group for sign off and review. And then once we make it through those several rounds of revisions we have built in, it will go to, again, the appropriate group for adoption, which is scheduled again for the comprehensive plan and the long range transportation plan to be approximately May 2022, and then of the Unified Development Code in August of 2022.
Very good. Thanks for that overview. I want to open it up to questions for you from council, but I guess before we do that, Jennifer, do you just want to go over where we're at this point and with working with them and just where we are right now?
Okay, so as Sean mentioned, we kicked off the process in November. COVID has put a little bit of a wrinkle in our normal process. Normally we would have the large community meetings, but we have to hold off on those until it's a little bit safer. We have a steering committee that'll be kicked off in 2 weeks on the 25th. Again, as Sean mentioned, we've had a number of virtual workshops, and we'll have those going on next week and the following week. Those will be focused not just on the comprehensive plan side, but also some more specific issues like signage matters, that type of thing to get input on. And that relates a little bit more to the UDC. We are hoping that we can have that large community meeting toward the end of April when they're back in town. We do have the website. I had hoped to be able to put that up today, but actually it'll go on our website on Monday. We'll have a link to it. So you can go in, you can link from our website. We'll have a couple places. Lottie and I have already talked about where to put the links. So you can go onto the website and download the DIY kit. I really hope that you'll do that with your groups, have your groups do it with their groups and 10 other groups so that we can get a lot of input from people on what their vision is for the city of Fremont. As Sean mentioned, we have that available in both English and Spanish. The questionnaire is available in English and Spanish. I have some flyers that I'm going to put out around town that are in English and Spanish, directing people to the website and asking people to participate. When Sean is in town on the 25th, he's going to go with Brian and have the radio spot. And I'm also working on setting up newspaper interviews so that people know and understand what's going on. On our steering committee, we will have a high school junior. So we'll have visions of the youth. And we're also having 2 youth workshops next week, one with a group of high school students and one with a group of middle school students. So we've been pretty active. In your packet, is a timeline, the scope of work, and also the expedited zoning changes memo that Jackie passed out in November. I hope to be able to present language to the steering committee on the expedited zoning language on the 25th when they're here. So the steering committee will review that language. It's small things, a lot of definitions primarily. They'll take a look at that, then make a recommendation whether it should move on to planning commission. The planning commission will review those. Then it goes on to city council. Assuming that there are no substantive changes, the council can then adopt those. If there are substantive changes on any of these, we want it to be an iterative process. So if there are major changes at the council level, we'll take it back to the steering committee and to the planning commission to make sure that it's cohesive and that we have total community buy-in throughout the entire process. Any questions?
Great. Thank you very much. We'll open it up to questions for either Sean or Jennifer on the comp plan, UDC, in this process. Councilman Yerger.
As you were discussing that, something popped into my head, I guess, relative to how we communicate with the public and get their input, et cetera, especially during the COVID environment that we're in. I guess, given our recent experience with the public's participation in the law enforcement educational process that we had, and what I would consider to be the lack of engagement, perhaps by the public, because they weren't widely attended, like the discussions that we had on the Costco matter or whatever, where the meetings were large. So I'm concerned about how we take that lesson learned and put it into practice relative to communicating with the public and getting them at the meetings and participating. I'm also specifically concerned about those that don't have access, don't know how, or just wouldn't go a digital way through electronic media. Either they don't have the capability or they just don't feel comfortable. I don't know. So even though we're offering a lot of opportunity to go to the website, that's probably not going to work for everybody in Fremont. And so what mechanisms do you see that we'll be using to make sure the community gets engaged if we're not, if we're offering some alternatives to the digital world for them to be engaged, like customer billing inserts or other kinds of things, drop off suggestion boxes at the city hall? How do people engage without being able to use the city website and the technology that might be affordable to them, but they're just not using? Any thoughts on that?
Well, there are a couple ways. And I think most important is for you, everybody, and the planning commission and the steering committee to reach out to your constituents and encourage them to fill out the surveys, to fill out the DIY kits. We can make those available in paper copies. I can make copies of those available here at City Hall. I can have copies available at the library. It's one of those things that is meant, the way it's set up right now, and what we're encouraging is for people to talk to their book club, to talk to their Bible study group, to talk to the guys who they bowl and drink beer with or watch the game with, and fill out the questions in the DIY kit and return them. So we can make those available on paper or on the web, but we really need everybody to reach out and encourage your friends and encourage your friends to encourage their friends to fill it out. We're also, as I said, setting up the radio spot and a newspaper interview. So hopefully information gets out that way. And again, the flyers that can direct people to the website, I can also modify those. So if people have questions, they can call me and put my phone number on there.
Yeah, I would echo exactly what Jennifer said. We recognize that the internet and virtual engagement can't be 100%. And the DIY kits is the key for that. Like Jennifer said, packets being available there at City Hall, at other departments for people to come and pick up are the perfect example of how we can still engage folks without having to go to the internet. The radio spot, the newspaper, people gather information that way there in the city. Just a little blurb about where they can go to pick those up, perfect. Similarly, the flyers are going to be huge, and they're built right now to direct people where they need to go to get the appropriate information. And Jennifer's done a great job of identifying places where people in Fremont frequent, even now during the pandemic. So having those there available for people to pick up and understand what the 3 projects are really quickly, and then where they can go to engage are going to be important as well. So I think through those methods, we'll be able to cover, people that aren't able to engage virtually or don't want to. And then again, just re-emphasizing that April is our big time to hopefully engage people in person again. We're aiming for that as time and obviously COVID restrictions allow, but that's our big hope for the big in-person engagement again.
Thank you. Councilman Jensen?
I just had a question about the responses. Are they identified at all? I'm telling you where I'm going with this. If there's a small group of people that decide they want to make an issue look more important to the entire of Fremont, have 10 people turn in 300 responses. You understand what I'm saying?
Correct.
That's a possibility, but that's also where we have the steering committee, the planning commission, and the city council. So it's their role to take a look at it and say, gosh, things are going this way. Is this really the perception that we're getting from our constituents in Fremont, and to try and balance it that way?
Right. And the other,
It's not the surveys are not intended to be something where you're voting on something, but really to get information from the community about what they see as issues, concerns, and opportunities.
Councilman Sukram, I would hate to put you on the spot here, but I know you have 10 years of planning commission experience. You've maybe been through this before. I would guess I'd ask you, do you have any lessons learned, now that we're kind of at the start, that you'd like to talk about? I mean, you don't have to, but I thought with your experience, it might be valued at this point.
Well, the big one was having the community symposium where we had a lot of people in one place. We can't have that now. But the other hand of it is what we're doing now is with the do-it-yourself work, the do-it-yourself kits. I think that was something we didn't do the first time. So those that didn't get out didn't get a chance to speak really until later on in the process. So I kind of like to go in this way first, and it would be nice to, which I don't think it's gonna be possible, but it would be nice to have a larger group of 2 also at some point. But I don't know if that'll be possible.
Yeah, we're really hoping we can do that in April. We'll swerve as we have to swerve and do what we can. It's so important to get public participation. We've got to be flexible now to find out creative ways. And if you have ideas that we haven't thought of creative ways to engage the public, please let me know. And, I think we're open to try a variety of different things.
Joey, just on another note, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea for council members to download that and get it out ourselves to people we know all over. I mean, I can think about taking maybe 10 packets myself and distribute them out.
And, I can print them out and get them to you as well. So, I can put a stack of those in your boxes if you would like me to do that. I'd be happy to.
Yep.
And something in this overview that we haven't really talked about yet is one of the main purposes of a comprehensive plan is to create an overall vision for the community so that we have efficient use of our resources, and that so we have reasonable growth. I mean, and then that goes into the long-range transportation plan. It is a mechanism that helps us plan our growth, plan what roads, trails, etc., that we want to put our funds into in the future, And it's really good that we have it today because that then ties into the capital improvements plan and the transportation plan, the 1 and 6. So I just wanted to point that out. It's not just a book that's intended to sit on a shelf and collect dust. The zoning implements the comprehensive plan, as does the 1 and 6 year road plan and the capital improvement plan. So if in the comprehensive plan, we identify a need for another fire station or a joint law enforcement center or more schools somewhere, or that we need to widen a certain roadway or put more trails in, we can implement that then with our capital improvements plan and with the 1 and 6 road plan to help prioritize where we spend our public funds.
Very good. Sean, I got a question for you. How much do you utilize prior plans and looking at, you know, what happened in let's say the 2010 plan and the prior ones to kind of, not to say as a template, but is that part of the process? You see, well, what did we do? What did we accomplish? And now, you know, to try to help, you know, it's not just like we're starting from scratch here, right?
Yes. So the short answer is entirely. That's a key part. It's actually step one of the existing conditions memo. We go back through all of the past plans, all of the pertinent ones that relate to comprehensive planning, to transportation planning, to zoning and regulatory information, and see what's been done up to this point, but also what's been recommended, and what things have been completed versus what hasn't, and what's still important now. You know, the previous plan is a decade or so old. There's still some useful information, some important information in there. It's got a firm understanding of what's happened in Fremont, and now it's updating that and recognizing, you know, maybe this recommendation to, you know, as Jennifer provided an example of, to develop a new fire station or a new school is still important, you know, in this certain neighborhood of Fremont. That's still something that's still needed. You know, that prevents us from having to go through and do a full on, you know, service area analysis to understand that. We recognize that that's already been done. And so there's very critical information that's well informed, well written, and drafted already. And we don't want to reinvent the wheel, so to speak, in every component of this process. And so where useful information still already exists, we're going to carry that forward. And that might take some realignment, you know, based on development trends over the past decade that the original studies don't address. So a lot of this is updating that information and recognizing where new techniques, new best practices, you know, can better implement what was suggested, but hasn't had the opportunity to actually be completed up to this point.
Thank you. Councilman Sukram.
Yeah, this is for Jennifer. I know when I departed, we talked about also adding on comprehensive type plans from fire department, from I think even the school district. How's that coming along, and have you heard anything from anybody?
Actually, I have.
Okay.
The Dodge County Housing Task Force has just completed the housing study, and I've passed that on to House Hill Levine so that they can review that to incorporate into the plans. Chief Burnt has issued an RFP to study the needs of the fire department, and so he will soon be hiring a team to do a plan for the fire department that then will be incorporated, assuming the timing works. But what the findings of those consultants are will be incorporated into this comprehensive plan. And then the school district is undertaking their own planning process. Superintendent Shepard is on the steering committee. I've worked very closely with Jerry McCall, who is their planning consultant. And so we've got information going back and forth so that we can make sure that we're able to address the needs of the school district as we're looking at our growth patterns, and vice versa.
And that'll also put in what they may be planning on doing, correct? Like for school expansion or a new one or whatever.
Right. As that information becomes available to us, we can incorporate that into our planning efforts and understanding from them where they see the need for a school is, I mean, if they are thinking that the growth is going to be in a particular area, but we're looking at it in a different area, we need to make sure that we coordinate so we don't have schools built in areas that aren't going to have growth, or that we have growth in areas where there's not going to be school services. So yes, we are working very closely to coordinate those efforts.
And the fire union study is also put into that as well? The fire union study is also put into that as well?
I
with-
have provided
with
the
Chief Byrne?
fire union study to House Hill Levine.
Okay.
And I think that's part of the reason why Chief Burnt is doing his study as well, is to make sure that everybody is on board with the needs for the fire department.
One more question I have, and I'm just thinking through this, is you talked about the coordination, maybe Jennifer and Sean, you can both answer this, about the comp plan and the UDC, right? And the importance of that. How do you do that? I mean, how do you get those coordinated?
So the UDC is a document that helps implement the comprehensive plan. So if the comprehensive plan, long-range transportation plan, identify an entryway corridor into town as being very important and something that needs more aesthetics, that's where your Unified Development Code would implement landscape and setback requirements. Some communities have building design standards. Your signage is implemented in that. In the comprehensive plan, you'll identify areas for residential growth. So we have a housing study that says we have a need for affordable housing. We also know that we need housing growth. Well, where do we want to locate that affordable housing, and how do we make it affordable? Land is very expensive. Construction is very expensive. So what does that housing look like? Is it multifamily housing? Is it townhouses? Is it small lot residential development? Is it infill housing in the older part of town? Those are kind of some of the big picture ideas that we look at in the comp plan. But then with the UDC, when we look at the residential zoning districts themselves and the setbacks and where those types of land uses go, that's how it's implemented.
Thank you. Because I asked that because I think that's part of the problem with what right now is that those two kind of aren't coordinating maybe like they should. And hopefully in this process, we'll kind of clean some of that up, right?
Right.
Ideally.
Yeah, and I would just echo that. Again, it's really beneficial for the city that we're updating all three of these projects, all three of these components at the same time. They're running in tandem as best as possible. And as Jennifer mentioned, the comprehensive plan and the transportation plan are higher level, they're broader ranged, they're more generally focused to a certain extent, but they do identify key improvements throughout the community. And then the UDC is really what's used to implement a large part of those. And that's why the UDC is being updated based on these two projects. And anything that's being recommended there will be aligned within the UDC. We obviously know that there are some immediate improvements, some immediate adjustments that need to be made to the UDC. And our team is working with Jennifer and staff there to address those, as soon as we can. That's part of that diagnostic report and that expedited zoning amendments that we're working through. But largely, that's why the UDC's adoption is a few months after the comprehensive plan and the long-range transportation plan, to make sure it includes everything that it needs to align with the policies, strategies, and other recommendations in the comp plan and the LRTP.
And again, I'll point out, I think it's important to look at the CIP and the 1 and 6 as implementation documents as well. So, the priorities that get laid out in the long-range transportation plan, that is adopted by the city council might have a, I don't know, a new south bypass. That was identified, I think, in the last long-range transportation plan. And the cities put money into it, the states put money into it. As that moves through the 1 and 6 year road plan, that indicates, you know, how it's a priority for us, and that's where we want to expend our resources. So likewise, as we look at new development and new growth, and maybe we need to make improvements to our street system, those things should mesh together and help us implement the comprehensive plan. And they're flexible. I mean, they're intended to be flexible documents. So growth isn't always, it's opportunistic. It's based on who has the resources available to develop in a particular way. So we might initially think that one Collector Street is where we want to expend our resources, and Dave might have that the next year out in his road plan. But then an opportunity comes up and things shift to fulfill the needs of that opportunity. It's an iterative process, and they're intended to mesh together in the long run.
Yep. Thank you. Any other questions? Councilman Yerger?
Just one. Do we have public access through cable channels or whatever with those that are contracted where we, instead of using Zoom we don't have a public broadcast access channel?
No, we don't. Spectrum, it's hundreds, tens of thousands, almost $100,000 or more when we looked into it, when we did these cameras here. And no, we don't.
Kind of unfortunate, because I know it's not two-way communication with the public, but if we had standard, they would be able to observe and hear what the city is doing if they tuned in and at least listen to. It helps further understanding and foster the transparency of this whole project if we had some kind of media like that at least they could engage in with technology that they're on all the time. Television is a pretty useful tool in that regard. So it's kind of a shame we don't have access that
Now,
way.
even the school has abandoned theirs. They do their own text messaging system. They don't use it. There's just not that many people on cable anymore. So that's the other issue.
Any other comments for Sean or Jennifer on this? Very good. Thank you both. I think it's beneficial for us as a body here to understand, number one, the timeline of what we're looking at here. This is a marathon, not a sprint when it comes to the comprehensive plan. And I think, what you mentioned, Jennifer, in regards to us, taking the initiative to reach out to our constituents and getting their input, we'll, put that on us in this process to do that and encourage that. And especially with COVID, that's going to be more apparent than ever. Hopefully we can have that big event in April, but if not, we'll just, like you said, have to weave our way through this as best we can. But I think, we're looking forward to setting seeing the 10-year plan and having these work together with the UDC, and it's a good opportunity for us to do that. So there's no other comments on that. Thank you, Sean, for taking the time and for your work in this, and look forward to continuing that. So.
Yeah. Thank you all again for having me this morning, and we look forward to engaging you, at every step throughout this process.
Very good. Thank you very much.
So let's take about a 3-4 minute technology break where Jody puts her presentation.
Okay.
up. Right.
Sounds good. We'll break for a few minutes.
How are you, Mike?
Good.
It's been okay when I sit, it gets real stiff, but even I'm taking forever. Yeah. That's better, yeah. Sure. I know. It is. It is. Yeah, yeah, it'll be fun. Yeah, but I'm glad to expect it to be. Yeah, and it happens. It does, and I hope we use it. Use it as a job. Yeah. And I think we're out of alignment really happen. Yeah, it makes a difference.
understand the bill is not, just that it would be.
Troy, we have much tree damage or?
One in the other day, around two-ish, that was an elm tree broke off.
If I unmute, are we gonna, it doesn't echo, right?
I'll turn you way down here.
Okay.
That's like my tours, you know, I gotta.
I'll bet.
I'm constantly doing that. Yep. Every tour director does a little different, you know. Oh, thank you. Okay. I appreciate that. That's the goal. Yep. Thank you. I'm sure. I know. I reached out too and got some. Thank you. You did. Thank you.
Just, hey, we need a new restaurant.
Oh, I saw. How do you do?
So we have to find a restaurant downtown. I haven't tried it. They didn't even know.
Good.
And I made about just to attend a funeral.
Sure.
My first mentor, person that I knew was a big teacher.
Okay. Moving on to item number 2, review and discuss capital improvement plan. So Jody, the floor is yours here.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity to be in front of you this morning. I didn't realize I was going to be live in front of you, but at least I have pants on, so not like some Zoom mistakes we have. I printed this in the staff report, but just going over this with a few people, you know, the pages, I think it's 17 total, it can be pretty intimidating looking at this. So I thought I'd just take a minute and break it down just a little bit because we've been working with this particular model about the last 4 years. And so it's familiar to us and comfortable, but we've got, you know, several new city council members. So I thought I'd take the time to spell out what we're looking at on this. At the very top of the pages, you'll see the project priority. Not all departments chose to use that. And again, this is a very early draft, but you can see that some items are rated A as urgent, others B as necessary, and C would be desirable. So we take those into account when we're trying to determine funding, which project might take priority over another. The next column over here, we have the funding sources. And particularly with those funds that are on the governmental side, there are so many different streams of revenue. Some of them are small, but they are very specific to particular projects. Like this last one here, the BBB, the bridge buyback, clearly only those funds can only be used for bridges and viaducts. Couldn't be used to pave a street, couldn't be used to build a joint law enforcement center. So we need to look at that when we're trying to determine how can we fund the particular projects. And particularly in this case, this is a 5-year plan, but we are showing 7 years because we're showing you fiscal year 20 that we just finished in September and also fiscal year 21. We left those projects in so that you could kind of see the flow. Again, this is just a draft. Those columns will be, 20 will be gone completely. 21 will have the department head's best estimate of where that project spending will end up for the end of the fiscal year. I mentioned too, let's see here. Here we go. A couple of departments you'll see where they had something on their budget in fiscal year 2020, but there you'll see a 0 there. That's because it really wasn't something that we're accounting for and categorizing as either it's not capital, as in the case of the master plan at the fire department. Studies typically are not capitalized, so they would not be on a capital improvement plan, but we still wanted to inform you that that was happening. In this particular case, under inspections, you'll see a similar piece under the planning department. Those were requests for funding to renovate some of the offices on 3rd floor. And so because it's a municipal building, which is at this point considered for accounting purposes owned by the utilities, the actual funding has to show on the utilities capital improvement plan under the building. They're generally referring to this building, the municipal building. But the city, for specialized things like this, the city will contribute, generally speaking, half. And I think on this project, they might be contributing a little bit more to suit the needs of the planning and inspections department. One other thing I wanted to point out to you, you're seeing my screen right now. And if you look along the bottom, you'll see tabs. So one of the questions that I've had is, well, who puts this together and how do we know that the department heads have asked for this? Well, as you can see along the bottom, we have tabs where we sent those out to all the department heads, and then they returned with their version of it. And then Kristen in our accounting department compiled it. And the department heads are really also responsible to make sure that they're comfortable with when we bring you even the first official draft in the budgeting process. They need to be looking at it ahead of time and make sure that their requests are showing up in the way that they were intended. So it really is a collaborative effort. This is the city one. If I flip over to the utility one, you'll see the same thing where along the bottom, we don't have names, we have departments listed along the bottom, but still the same general theme there. One of the other things I wanted to point out before I went into projects, we thought maybe just to kind of highlight some of the larger projects that are in the hopper, if you will. One thing I wanted to point out is if we go down, I'm scrolling down to the, well, excuse me, there's 2 things. Let me start with the police, and you'll see a similar scenario happening with the the library as well. These shaded areas are, if the police department doesn't have an opportunity to build a joint law enforcement center, these are some of the things that really can't wait anymore. For example, the HVAC replacement. If they're still in the building in 2023, the anticipation is that because I can't tell you how much money we've poured into repairs for that thing. They really just need to replace it to make it a viable building. And so Chief Elliott has 650,000 there designated for that purpose. At the same time, there's a line for the Joint Law Enforcement Center. But we had budgeted for it in 20, 21, and 22 in anticipation that the bond issue that was put before the voters would be passed. Particularly in the case of capital, we want to budget for it in case it comes to fruition. If something happens and, gee, we get to build this, but we haven't budgeted for it, we might have to come back and do a budget amendment for that purpose. And especially something like this, which would not be expected to come from general revenues, let's say, it's tax neutral. So budgeting for it in capital and saying it's going to be paid for by, in this particular case, we were looking at public safety tax anticipation bonds. Those bonds would not be impacted by our general fund levy. And as I mentioned, you'll see kind of the same thing on the library, I believe. The other thing I wanted to point out specifically is under parks. Again, these funding sources that we talked about, some of these things happened, but you'll see like on the Clemens Park lighting, it was not done in 20 because we didn't, anything that was designated as Keno, we looked at and said, you know, we're not sure where our Keno funds are going to come out. This would be a good time to maybe hold off on those projects. So for those projects that didn't get done, maybe a better one is replace the Davenport shelter here. You can see that we had, it's a $50,000 project. We had planned to do it in 20, but we pulled back on those. So Nate has come in and said, well, let's do that in 22, which is the first year of the next budget cycle. And you can see that we're planning on funding it with Keno dollars. So I apologize that if it's confusing to you, but we wanted to kind of show you where we're at and that some of these projects, if it didn't get done, we will need to move them forward into the next years. So with that, we'll just, does anybody have any questions kind of on the basic layout of these? Each department is listed over here, and there's a break between departments as well. Okay, so let's start with just going through the larger projects. Because again, this is.
I just have one comment.
I'm sorry, yeah.
No, go ahead.
Mike, sorry.
Yeah, the only improvement that I'd like to see is, you know, for us elderly people that have trouble with all these lines, if the lines going across that we see on the Excel spreadsheet could be printed on the.
Okay. No, that's
awful easy to get off on the column.
Or we can do a shading or something.
Yeah, yeah, a shading.
Yeah.
I
don't know.
I've got a
always have
ruler
one of
for
those
that
in my
very
pocket.
purpose. Yep.
Even line numbering would be nice. If we could go on the outside out there and just put line numbering all the way down through the
Okay.
thing.
Thank you.
You bet. Good comment. Thank you. Okay, so we'll go, really the first big item that we have is in the fire department.
And you might want to say, we're just going to talk about those that are $500,000 or more.
And that's on the governmental side. On the utility side, we'll probably highlight projects that are over $1 million because
Right.
they have so many that are over $500,000. But this is going to get us the kind of the big ticket items that we kind of feel like we need to save up for, if you will. So I mentioned, let's see, there it is. Fire engine replacement. It is budgeted for this year, the fiscal year 2021. It's on order. There's probably some outfitting and that kind of thing that Chief Burnt's expecting to do in the next year. And again, you'll notice that it says ST55 if we come up here, we find that we're spending sales tax, public safety piece. So general fund revenues aren't supporting the capital in the police and fire departments typically. Typically, the capital comes from what's collected in the sales tax that's attributed to public safety. Okay. The next one is a heavy rescue truck replacement. And again, it's showing Fund 55 for $675,000. And see, this is a good opportunity for us to look at the big picture. Like I've got it printed out, and you'll see at the bottom we have totals. And that's going to help us say, oh gosh, there isn't that much in 55 at the end of this year. We might need to move one of these projects out, or how can we shuffle things around to meet the funding that we have, that we're expecting. Because typically big ticket items, we don't have fire and police asking for the big ticket items in the same year. Kind of try and pass it back and forth to the extent that we can. The last line on the list here, Chief Burnt has the fire station and or new addition to the current fire station. And he's got that out in 2026 with no dollar amount. Obviously, it's a long time in the future, but also it's dependent on, will we need to rebuild where we are, just make an addition, maybe add a fire station. That's what that master plan will tell us. And so he wanted to put a place marker out there in the future to say, this is something that we see coming down the horizon. And that's one of the other things that this capital improvement plan is designed to. It forces all of us to look out 5 years into the future. Coming down into the police, we have I mentioned the HVAC replacement. COM is committed funds. We'll talk about those in a little bit. That's related to the worksheet that I handed you. I believe actually this one they're looking at possibly using, if need be, the Immigration Ordinance Defense Fund for that. The last time that council approved committed funds, they added that piece that it could be used for police department or police station renovations. And here we have, as I said, the Joint Law Enforcement Center. Don't have anything budgeted, but we did leave it kind of highlighted. Would depend on the timing and when, if approved, when that would come to fruition. And I think they're still working on plans for that. Going on further in the police, it adds up to be quite a lot of money, but we've got $100,000 a year, or better than $100,000 a year for replacing cruisers. And at this rate, it looks like Chief Elliott's looking at replacing 3 cruisers a year. They've gone to the SUVs, so they're just a little bit more expensive than the sedans that they'd been driving. But the feedback that we've gotten is they're very pleased with them. So you can see a consistent all the way across, and I'm sure he's accounting for inflation there. But that helps us determine this is almost operational equipment replacement. We expect to see those things. Down on civil defense, you'll see another instance where it was budgeted for 20. We weren't able to get that done. So Chief Burnt has that in the 2022 budget for some additional sirens and replacing some older ones, I believe. That's less than $500,000. And so we come down to the library expansion project. Again, this was how it was budgeted based on the presumption of the bond issue and how much the city had planned to contribute reserves and committed funds, and then the general purpose or general obligation bonds that we'll issue once we get a little bit further into construction. Laura, as she approached this, listed out the expansion, basically a breakdown of all of those pieces. It does come up to 6.2 million with engineering and architecture listed here. She has it in fiscal year 22. I think we'll kind of revisit that, because construction during 22 would be a major feat with the fundraising that we've had so far. Let's say it that way.
Hey, Jody, go back to Park and Rec. She skipped that.
Was there something in particular you wanted
No,
to?
just the remodel. You can see that we've done the remodel, so that
Yep.
was budgeted for this last year. We'll finish it up. And then also on main arena energy efficiency, that's at 565,000.
Yep.
Again, you
We
can see
have those
that's out.
listed and they're underway, aren't they, Troy?
They're
those-
underway now.
I think we built maybe 120,000 of that, but yeah, they're doing that now.
Okay. And as I mentioned, we've got those Keno projects that got pushed over into 22. This at the bottom is kind of showing you where the sources of funds are coming from and where we're looking at committed funds or funds that the council has taken action to commit to specific projects. Revenue into the general fund typically can be spent on nearly anything unless it's been donor directed. As in the case of the library expansion project, if someone contributes to the library expansion project, those funds are held for that specific purpose. But generally speaking, all general fund revenues are kind of fair game for any project that we need to complete.
And that's the bolded numbers you'll see in the bottom of page 35 in the packet. That's the bolded numbers. And those, like Jody said, those are the committed, those are the revenue sources where that's coming from.
And I mentioned in my cover, in my staff report, you can see that there's, quite a lot hitting in this fiscal year, but only 491,000 is anticipated from just general revenue coming in this year. Most are things like the public safety tax anticipation bonds here, and then other funds that are coming in. Let's see which projects those are for. Oh, those are out. The majority of it is what's expected to come in from the, what's expected to come in for the contributions for the library expansion project. The street fund actually has two kind of activities within it. Street maintenance, Mark Villadal handles that. Does a great job for us, and he's my secret pet because he's the one that does the perfect chart where it just shows you like that. That's the way he turns it in for us, so we can kind of see how he's planning on replenishing some of the equipment that he has within the building or in that department. There's smaller dollar amounts for the most part. The big ticket item at the bottom here of his area is the multi-use building. That's the combination street department, garage for the utilities, and the street department, the mechanic shop, if you will. And then the parks department, since
their facility is kind of desired by the Fremont Moo, we'd be looking to move them over there. And it makes sense to have kind of all those folks in one building to serve the needs of the community. We're looking at the hope is that we'll get some synergies there by combining, instead of keeping all of the shop supplies you need for 2 garages, we'll have them in one. And, a greater depth of our mechanics as well. And that is budgeted for 21 and 22 as well. We're looking at the reserves that we have showing there are the street fund reserves. The Parks Department is contributing, well, the city is contributing for the Parks Department city reserves of 2.33, I think it is. It's because they're splitting it based on the square footage. So then we come to the street improvements. I'm not going to spend just a ton of time on this because the next section being the 1 and 6 street report, basically this is the 1 and 6 street report or vice versa. Dave's is nice and succinct, a nice 1-page listing. This has it listed out, shows the funding sources, but I didn't check every single solitary one, I'll be honest, but the vast majority of the ones that are on that 1 and 6 sheet are on, I can tell you they are on this layout as well. He gets some grants, and that's one of the things that really contributes to the size of our explanations here. He gets stormwater management funds that come in from the state, and so he's showing how he's spending those, working on some of those master plan projects during the year. On the larger projects that we have here, we've got the railroad quiet zones. He has budgeted for the 22-23 budget. I think he's got some engineering that he's doing in 21, but it looks like the construction then would be starting in 21 and hopefully finished by 23. And these are undoubtedly, because they're in the fiscal year 22, would be in his 1-year plan. Mayfair, 16th to 19th reconstruction, and then West 19th Night of Summers construction. And those particular ones, you can see that we're using the public safety sales tax for streets here to do those projects. In out years, we've got the Garfield Street, 16th to 19th. Military Road, Luther to Johnson, resurfacing. He's got that right now in 2023. Broad Street, 8th to 23rd, construction. Clarkson Street, 8th to 23rd, engineering and construction. Those actually are both showing up in 2023, so they're projects that, well, it doesn't look like he's got too much in the 25-26 fiscal year. So depending on our funding streams, we might need to feather some of those out a little bit later, but you can see the cost of these are somewhat similar on these projects. So, moving one to the next year would seem reasonable. The larger one is the 32nd Street Yeager to Luther construction, and he has that in 2023 as well.
And don't forget the Broad Street that he's got on here. That's after the state relinquishes that back to the city. So after the bypass is done, Southeast Beltway is done, they'll relinquish that, and then we're responsible. There'll be income coming in, so the state will pay us for primarily most of these repairs.
Moving on down, we have the 23rd Street, Lincoln to Clarkson. Construction. That's it. Starts in 23 and expects construction in 24. That's a very significant project there at $10 million in 2024. We also have the First Street reconstruction, Bell to Main, sorry. And then the Military Avenue, Johnson to Highway 275 construction. And you can see we've got the totals here at the bottom. Some pretty aggressive years in here in 23 and 24 in terms of the totals that we have there. We'll be needing to look at some of our funding sources. There's not $15 million of reserves left in sales tax 58, nor do we collect 58 in 2058. Do we collect 15 million a year? So, you know, obviously the funding we're going to need to be taking a look at. We didn't spend time doing that today because, you know, really the force of this is to familiarize you with the tool, and then also kind of the early thoughts of the department heads on what they're thinking. And I think at some point they're going to be looking at some feedback from you all on how that will move forward.
We've got a question here, Jody. Councilman, you want to go ahead?
Yes, Jody, I just wanted to ask, so we have a column for project priority here, and so we have some projects that are A and B and C. And I'm curious, since we have that project priority, and as I look down the list, we skip back and forth between A and B, C, back. If they're priority orders and A is the highest priority, I'm curious as to, could we sort these, or why aren't these sorted in priority order? Are they sorted by street location or portion of a city map? I mean, how are we laying these out, since there are obviously not all the A's, which are top priority, are all listed together. Then we move to B's, then we move to C's. They're interdispersed. And I'm just wondering, is there some logic for that because of the other columns, or why don't we organize them so that they're listed by priority together?
The first answer is that's the way it's sent over to us. But the other piece is that it's not as easy as you might think, as complex as this worksheet is, with the formulas that are setting those up. When we get further down the road, that's something I've written that down that we'll likely want to pursue, because it is a valid question on how we might do that. Mm-hmm. Moving down further, the airport fund, we had in the 21 budget, we've got the constructing the new terminal building. We have listed out a little bit further, $1 million in 2024 for perhaps an additional airport hangar. Again, they're looking at not necessarily general fund reserves for that, just airport revenues. So, you know, that might be something that perhaps it's something that they could get some additional funding on. I don't know that the balance in the airport fund would be enough to cover a $1.3 million project. 911, the bigger ticket item, Shelley has put in new building equipment. Should the Joint Law Enforcement Center be constructed, they'll be putting new equipment in it for the 911 center, because you can't just say, okay, everybody, 911, we're going to unplug the equipment, and it's going to take us about 3 days, and we're going to move it out somewhere. You can't do that. And so there'll need to be some overlap of equipment, and this is the cost to obtain the new equipment and install it. If the Joint Law Enforcement Center doesn't come through, then this would not likely happen either. The Special Projects Fund, for those of you, I think there's a more formalized definition I provided the new council members, but This special projects fund is designed for projects that just have a variety of sources. Particularly if we're getting grant funding from the state. In this particular case, I think we've got some FEMA money involved in the repairs on the levee. So this fund doesn't generate any revenue on its own. It would have to be transfers in if we don't have the grant funding. But usually it's something that we might have multiple funding source or multiple grants on even. That's why we account for it down in the special projects. Improvements fund, that's really set up so that if we have any district improvements over the year, this is a fund that is, if you will, self-funded, cost causer, cost payer. When we do like a sewer improvement district or a paving district, that's where these the costs are accounted for. The revenue is brought in from the folks that pay their taxes and that additional assessment during the year. But we, again, like everything, we need to budget for it or appropriate funds for it in case something happens, but it doesn't impact any other taxes. They're very specific to just the district itself. Before I go too much further onto the utilities, were there any other questions or comments on what you're seeing on this plan for the city?
Jody, I guess my only question would be in relation to when we set the budget here this year. I know obviously we're just getting the overview right now, but we'll be approving when we go through budget these appropriations, correct, for the next 2 years? Okay, thank you.
But only we have the council approve the capital improvement plan, which is 5 years out, but only 2 years will appear in our 2-year budget, those first 2 years. Like you see, last time we did 20 and 21. And that's why, you know, we didn't spend time saying, well, what did we really spend? We left the budgeted amounts they're showing. Okay.
Thank you.
So yeah, you approve the capital budget, you approve the budget, and then as each one of these projects come forward, you'll approve those projects. So there's three times you see these projects.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Let's go to the worksheet that I passed out earlier this morning. Wanted to go over that with you. This is put together with some good estimates. So it's not down to the penny. You'll see most of the numbers have at least 3 zeros behind, you know, at the end, because we're talking about estimates. Back in 2019, the city council made a commitment of some items for that were committed for capital. For example, the airport terminal building, the library expansion project, the multipurpose building I mentioned, that's the park's share of that. They're spending reserves. So those reserves are no longer considered, I apologize, these are accounting terms, but they're no longer unrestricted, they are committed. So they're put in a different bucket, so we don't spend them for something else. Think of it that way. And so we have this listing here of the items that the council committed in 19, and there's been no action since then, but we've spent some of the money during 2020, during fiscal year 2020. And then this is the remaining balance as those projects continue onward. These are funds that are committed, so they're not considered unrestricted or unassigned, if you will. Below this gray line, you'll see the amount, the current balance on the committed for the illegal immigration ordinance defense and the levy. You'll see that $1.3 million, nearly $4 million there. That goes back to the years that we collected additional tax, and there were some folks that made contributions to the city in support of that particular ordinance, the defense of it. We've not really had legal action come against us. The only thing that gets charged to this annually is the $10,000 that's paid to Chris Kobach to retain him as our attorney in this matter. So those funds are available, but it would be up to the council to decide how they might be spent. And that's kind of buried in our general fund reserves.
Councilman Yeager, go ahead. Actually.
Just a question, that one's titled Immigration Fund / Levy. When did we bifurcate the fund that was set aside for immigration to cover other matters like the levy? Is that what it's intended to indicate?
Yes, and that was the last time that council committed funds was in 2019.
Thank
in
you.
September. As part of the budget process this coming in September of 2021, we very likely will bring back the committed funds as part of the budgeting process, because we're kind of setting in stone. If we budget for use of reserves for that or for any project, then we need to commit those funds and not leave them as unassigned so that they might be spent somewhere else. That's the design of that. The general fund reserves where we sit right now, of unassigned, meaning not committed, not restricted, nothing else in terms of that, we have just shy of $6 million. So those are reserves that, we could spend up to, let me say it this way, we could spend up to that amount and still keep our 20% fund reserves. That is kind of a benchmark, when we're looking at either the bond ratings, for example. Standard & Poor's kind of shouted out our reserves, that they were very pleased with our reserve level, thought we were obviously very fiscally responsible to have reserves set aside like we do. So I don't get the impression that Jody's standing up here suggesting, let's spend $6 million of those reserves. That's kind of the maximum we would have available, depending on the project. The public safety sales tax reserves, we're looking at about $2 million. The same with the sales tax for infrastructure. Infrastructure, the definition or that we kind of apply to it is it can be used for streets, but also things like drainage issues. Going back to the language of that particular, when that sales tax was passed, it also is paying for a portion of the, it's the water, what are they? Oh, they're bonds that we issued several years ago, like in 2003 for the interceptor. I'm sorry, it's water and wastewater interceptor projects.
Main interceptors, the main lines, yeah.
Right. The city is contributing toward that. So the funds that are coming in are being used for that, but we have about $2 million left in the infrastructure. This is one that I'll highlight, sales tax reserves under property tax relief. There's one of the half cents. We have 3 half-cent sales tax that have been imposed. One of those was strictly for property tax relief. And of course, the idea is that we're going to budget for bringing it up into the general fund every year, the amount that we collect. Well, over the years, the sales tax revenues have kind of surprised us, meaning we didn't draw all of that up into the general fund for property tax relief. So we have about $1.3 million there that in addition to what we'll collect in 2021, that's budgeted to, when it comes in, that amount is what's going to be brought up to the general fund. But if there's anything left over from that, these funds would also be available to provide property tax relief. The sales tax in the street reserves, you can see that these funds were quite a bit more before. Those two funds, the infrastructure and streets, were quite a bit more, but the reserves in those funds really helped support spending $12 million in reserves for the Southeast Beltway project. We had those reserves available. And so we were able to fund that, brought these reserve levels down. And when we were visiting with Standard & Poor's, they commented, gee, we've noticed a big drop. What's the situation? I said, well, that's exactly why we're issuing bonds, is for that very purpose. We did use fund reserves for this project, but we'll also need to be issuing these bonds to pay ourselves back. So we come to the street fund, and this one too, the balance that you'll see on the 2020 audited financials will be about $1.5 million. And at first I was a little panicked about that, but then remembered we'd be getting bond proceeds in. So the number, that $8.3 million you'll see there, represents what it is after we receive those bond proceeds in when we got those in December. We do have obligated in the street fund $4.4 million as part of, we can't commit those funds per se because they're in a special revenue fund. And special revenue funds are by definition already committed for that purpose. So I'm just showing you here that we really only have 3.9 available because 4.4 has already been spoken for with the multipurpose building. That's the amount that's anticipated being needed for the streets and the garage as they move forward. The balance we have in the Keno Fund reserves right now of $700,000, that is partly because we held off on some of those projects this past year because we didn't know how the Keno profits or the Keno revenue, excuse me, the Keno revenue was going to kind of bounce back after it dropped so low in April. And it bounced back at a pretty good clip. So we do have some reserves here in the Keno Fund. You'll see this worksheet come back to you with more exacting numbers after we're through the audit and we start talking about the next budget years. But I wanted to give you an idea of where we stand and what very likely will be available in round numbers. Any questions? Okay. And we'll turn to the utility funds, and Troy's been patiently waiting with us here because I warned him some of these I'm going to probably throw back to him and say, explain what this acronym means to us. Let's go. Where's the home button on this thing? Okay, we start out with the electric fund. And we have it split out between electric production, and that really is code for the power plant and the gas turbine, as well as the solar farm. If there were things, there isn't anything on this that I'm aware of that's on the solar farm, but it would include that as well. Any power generation is electric production. The big ticket items that you see on this are the ELG implementation. Oh shoot, where did it go? That's not the right one. I must not have the right, because he's got, oh. Shoot. Do we have some columns hidden? Nope. Well, I know that it's just the engineering, but is it, so does it go down further where the big?
Yeah, ELG implementation.
There you
$3
go.
million
Sorry.
level.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. I have it highlighted on my worksheet here. So he's got the engineering planned, and then the actual implementation itself is about a $3 million project that we're looking at in 22 and 23. And this is the one that I said would be, Troy would explain to us the ELG, what that means.
Effluent limitation guidelines. It's basically
You might get up the mic. I can't hear you. You can right there podium if you want. Just turn the speaker on up above. Remember, go from red to green up above. There you go. Tap it. Nope. Touch the red to go to green.
That one?
Nope. Right where in front. In front. In front.
In the front.
Just touch it. Get it? Just tap it. And go from red to green.
Okay, good.
You're
ELG is effluent limiting guidelines. It's a regulatory issue that's coming up in the next few years. It started under Obama. It basically tells us what we can put into the ash monofill. We have an ash monofill that's immediately north and east of the power plant. It's where we send all of our ash that we don't send out for road stabilization or anything like that right now. A lot of our ash is pumped via the water that the plant uses in a pipe underneath First Street into the monofill pond. The ELG limits what can come into contact with that water, specifically metals. And so what we have to do is revise that system from rather than pumping water ash mix under the road, we have to separate the water and ash. We can still pump the water under, but we'll have to create a separate system holding and storage and transportation of the ash across the street. So basically, we'll
truck
have
it
to truck it
across
across
the
the
street
street
rather
rather
than
than
pump
pump
it
it
across
across
the
the
street.
street
and
and
store it
on
on the power plant site. You're not gonna have trucks running 24/7. We'll dump it and have them pick it up and then transport it across the street. That's one of the regulatory things that comes along every once in a while. That's the reason for that.
Okay. Going on further on some of these projects, we have the Unit 8 generator stator rewind. That's something that correct me if I'm wrong, Troy, but this is something they do every few years based on the hours.
It's based on total hours. It's a routine maintenance item. Routine maintenance item, obviously, on those generators are a lot more expensive. A lot of times they'll get those opened up and see things they have to do or things that they don't have to do. That's one. Did he have a B, I thought?
Is it clear out in 20?
It's well out to 25.
It's like a long-term, we may or may not have to do it. A lot of times they'll open it up for other maintenance, look at it, and we can do the stator rewind at the same time we do something else, maybe save some money there.
Okay. Moving down to the electric distribution, that's the how the power gets sent out, the power lines, the underground lines, all of those kinds of things. You can see their transformers. And the big project that we have is down a ways, the sub-G. It's a sub-G transformer addition. For 2 million.
2.3 million adding this additional transformer in sub-G.
And that's kind of all that's on the horizon. There's also, let's see, is that right? Yep. That's, you can see a little bit further up there talking about upgrades. Again, budgeting for those. We don't know on the, as we budgeted for the next 2 years, we knew that some of these developments were coming, and so we were able to budget for the spending for those underground lines or what have you. And then so they have those in the kind of in the out years as well, because we don't know what will be coming in terms of new subdivisions and whatnot, new poles that we may not be aware of. And you'll see that almost all of these are planned right now to be funded by just regular revenues coming into the electric utility. We don't have anything special set aside for bonds at this point. And part of that is due to, I apologize, I hate the sound of paper shuffling on Zoom, but we have about 44 million in reserves that can fund these projects. So that's unassigned in the electric fund. So as we're growing, it's nice to know we have that cushion there. Moving on to the water. The wells at the well field.
Hey, we got a question.
Oh, excuse me.
Jody, before you leave, there's a new substation listed under electric distribution, $5 million. Where's that going?
We don't know. It's just anticipated.
Oh, it's just, you just have a holding.
Placeholder.
Thank you.
Yep, in the out years. Because when we do rate studies and we have John Kraske do those rate studies, this is one of the tools he'll use. It'll be much more formalized before it would go to him. But he needs to know what we're expecting on the horizon. And with the growth that Fremont's seeing, we have to put those things out. So this is a good tool for the rate development as well. Okay. So on the water fund, we had listed, we thought we'd do in the 2020 and 2021 budgets, we had budgeted as if we were going to put in how many, 5 wells, 6?
There were 5
Hopefully
wells,
one.
and those are kind of on hold now.
Right. So we're looking at in 2024 possibly doing the needs. There'll be additional water supply possibly needed in the community, and so we're looking at 1 horizontal well instead of
One, so we were going to put in 5 vertical wells, straight drops. One thing you can do is you can put in a horizontal well, which is a larger tube in the middle, and then at the bottom it has horizontal spires that come out. That gives you greater capacity and greater redundancy in that if we had to do maintenance on a vertical well, you basically have to shut that well and it's off. You do a horizontal well, you can work on the spires individually and that entire well can continue to operate. So 1 horizontal well has a much greater capacity and a much greater operating efficiency than the 5 vertical wells would give you. So that's why we're looking at a horizontal well. There are some regulatory issues with a horizontal well that we're trying to get through right now. But if we can do that, we think that's probably the best way to provide the most water at the best price.
Councilman here.
So water capacity has been an issue that we've talked about in some of the meetings with Costco and Holstone. And then we had Cedar Bluffs wants our water as well. That's reflected in this well field requirement that we have water, we have plenty of water is what we said, but now we have more demand, so we might have to expand even more.
Their capacity has multiple parts to it. You can have capacity out of the well field, which is how much water you can pull out of the ground. You can have pumping capacity, which is how much we're able to keep going to the city of Fremont through pressure. You can have pipe capacity, which is you can pump all day, but if you've only got a 6-inch pipe, that 6-inch pipe has a capacity. This capacity would be for future growth, our ability to get water out of the ground and to other people.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
the next item in the water fund, again, water production. In 2023, we're looking at the chemical filtration treatment plant. Keith says that it will decrease the use of polyphosphate and remove iron from and manganese prior to treatment.
So we have high manganese right now. Regulatory wise, we are within the limits. There's no indication that they're going to lower the manganese limits to where we would be in trouble. Again, this is kind of looking long term in the future. The other thing this does, this would probably be for growth. We have two transmission lines from the well field, 230-inch. One is basically an east and a west. One runs basically parallel with Morningside Road or not Morningside, I'm sorry, Luther Road, straight south to the well field, and then the other cuts east from the well field and basically runs up Highway 275. The east line right now, we have a treatment plant, a temporary treatment plant that was installed as part of the Costco project. The east line is untreated right now, and looking at least the long-term future growth for Fremont seems to be wanting to move east across 275, so that east transmission line would be the best source to get water to that side. We have water right on 275 right now, and a large volume of water. So what we would do is we would probably install a batch treatment plant at the well field that would allow us to treat the east and the west line at the well field, and then the pumping station and treatment plant that's on Luther right now would act as a backup to that. And then we would have a backup on the east line as well. The other issue is the filtration part. Right now, our well field is sand filtered. We are not under the influence of surface water. That's a term that's going to be very important to us in the future. Being that we are in sand filtered wells, we're generally considered to have clean water because our wells are 50 to 80 feet deep, and we're generally not considered to be under threat of, oil from cars. If an animal dies, we're not considered to be, that won't leak into the groundwater. You're not going to get bug bits 50 feet down. You're not going to get grasshopper legs in your water. That's generally considered to be filtered. As soon as you're labeled under the influence of surface water, that means that you're considered that you may be needing to look at that stuff. And that's where the filtration part of that comes in. We would be required to put in filters at the well field and filter all of our water before it goes into our system. Right now, we're pretty safe. We've done preliminary calculations that show we're safe. We've done testing over about the last 10 years on probably 6 or 7 of our wells that would probably exempt us from that. 2 of our larger wells have not been tested. But the issue is if we put in that horizontal well, that would most likely fall under under the influence of surface water. And at that point, we may have to begin filtration. We may not, but the filtration part of that plant is probably $2 or $3 million of that 15 million. So if we did not have to do filtration at the well field, that $15 million might drop to 12 or 13.
And that's a project that we would look to issue bonds on rather than use up all the reserves. There's only 5 million in reserves in the water fund at this point anyway. And then the last larger item in the water fund is the Cedar Bluffs water main. We're paying for the upsizing of that so that we might hit other customers kind of on the way to Cedar Bluffs, if you will, and provide additional capacity. Any questions on the water? We'll turn to the wastewater fund. Sorry, you could see the $215 million projects that we're talking about would be looking at issuing revenue bonds. For those, we did not issue bonds for 2020 and 2021. Those were never issued because the project really didn't move forward at a cost that we needed to look to bonds to fund for us. So under the wastewater or sewer, wastewater production or sewer production is actually, it's a bad term. It's just one that's kind of hung over. It really is the wastewater treatment plant. They don't produce it, they treat it. So my apologies for that still saying production. The very first item, of course, is the plant upgrades that we have and that are ongoing. We perhaps would be looking at issuing additional bonds for that last piece with the Holstone upgrade for the city's share of that. You'll notice we're showing a construction based on some estimates here of $10 million. We have that listed as the AC piece on that project. As we move a little bit further along, we'll probably break off the new piece related to Holstone away from the rest of this project and split this out a little bit cleaner for you to see. But that's a project that continues on. One other item that's on here is that's significant is odor control. Do you want to talk about odor control?
Odor control as we move, as the city grows east, is going to become a bigger issue specifically for the people living on the east side. If we get a southeast wind, I'm sure a lot of people have smelled wastewater treatment plant. Odor control is it's a exponential curve. Very little bit of money takes care of a lot of the problem, and then you have to spend a whole lot of money to get rid of a very small part of the problem. We think you can probably get rid of 50 to 75% of the odor for under $3 to $5 million. It's the last 50% that could get you into, 15, 20, $25 million. Basically what we would plan on do is odor control is basically taking and capturing the gas and capturing the odor and piping it into the ground, where they have like the rubber pellets you see on like the football fields, the astroturf fields, and those act as a filter and captures most of the odor. Those filters, the construction period would take about 5 years. It would be in multiple areas around, so you'd have catch basins around that would take out probably 75%, I would say, of the odor. It's a function of how quickly we move east. It's a function of really what it's going to be, is it's going to be a function of how many calls all of you get and how much pressure we get to deal with it. We're putting it on there to start now, so that if you start getting a lot of calls tomorrow, we can start moving forward. But honestly, my intent is not to do anything with it until I'm told to move forward with it. It has not been a large enough issue for us to spend that kind of money on it yet. But when you guys start getting calls and you start calling me, that's the day we're going to start really, really looking at moving forward with it. That's my honest answer to that.
Councilman, you're.
So some of those experiences that we've had in the last, I don't know, I'll just use a month. I don't remember exactly the timetable, but I know in our area of town, southeast, there certainly were odor days.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't, so you're saying those were likely waste treatment
Those are
related rather than plant related?
Those are, some of those can be plant related. What happens at the end of the year is that's when we do our spreading too. And our odor control wouldn't do anything with the spreading. We compost all of our waste, for those of you that don't know. We used to take all of our waste, which is everything that goes into the plant, goes through the digesters, it's centrifuged, you take all the water out of it. All that waste used to be shipped to the site in Dodge County, the Dodge County trash site. And we obviously had to pay a lot of money to do that. What we do now is we actually sell that to farmers, because there's it's like a natural fertilizer, and we sell that to the farmers, and then they put that on their fields. They typically do that in the fall, and I think a lot of what I know at least some of those days where we were spreading on the fields caused those days in the past. Some of those days were wastewater treatment plant days. Most of those days were probably spreading days where we were spreading that on the fields. And there's, other than not spreading it on fields close to the city, there's not much you can do for that odor. That's just a function of agriculture and proximity to the city. There's an additional cost taking that further away from the plant. So if you want to not have that odor and restrict maybe who's able to get that to areas farther out so that we don't deal with that odor, there's an additional cost for that. I don't see the odor things. You guys are gonna hear the odor things. So like I said, I'm not planning on doing anything with odor until I am directed to do so, because you're gonna hear it before I'm gonna hear it. You're gonna get complaints before I'm gonna move forward with it.
Well, I did get some conversation directed my way with regards to a few of those days. I just didn't remember which they were. And I'm sensitive to the fact that you said, as we grow further east,
Yes.
it's going to be a increased problem. And I can say, you know, relative to the farming aspect of it, having worked in Omaha for many years, it used to be one of those, you better hold your breath when you get on Highway 36 until you get to the Elkhorn River. It was bad. I don't know if that's, you know, and that was all, you know, related to farming. They were using those.
I would hope the people that develop east, specifically around the plant, realize where they're going, and that you don't have a developer come in with, you know, 50 large 5-acre lots, and he realizes I'm a quarter mile from a wastewater treatment plant. I would hope most of the people that go in there would be industrial in nature, wouldn't realize the smell is part of it, but you know, like I said, I don't have a crystal ball. I have a magic 8-ball. I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict what's coming. I can only deal with it when it happens, and we have money in there right now so that if something were to happen tomorrow and we had to get going, we could eliminate a bulk of that odor relatively easily, I think. It would be a year-long process to get it to where we could do that, but I think we could respond quickly.
Centrifuge replacement, he's got in the out years as well. That's it says it's a 2.9, it's probably more like a $2.2 million project. He has that in the out years. That's replacing an existing one. And then replacing the grit system.
That's just like the primary filtering system. It takes the sands and the stuff that doesn't break down out of the headworks building before it comes into the plant.
And then we do have a small portion here for the sewer collection service workers kind of area, and some of their equipment needs as well. The wastewater fund has about $5 million in reserves available to it. So we've got some of these things I identified as possible revenue bonds moving forward. We do have some areas of aid to construction coming in. Those are that cost cause or cost payer where we're being reimbursed for example, Holstone's share of some of the wastewater treatment plant improvements. And then moving on to the gas fund, the gas fund really isn't looking to spend a great deal of money. We do have, they've got the projects listed out as we talked about, main extensions for new development. Don't know if those will come to fruition or not, but we've got money budgeted available for it. But we have, down here, we've got in 2022, it's a regulator station over to Holstone Foods. Would there be any aid of construction for that at all, or is that just the cost of our providing services?
I think that was included in the original plan.
Okay.
Our original agreement.
Okay. And the gas fund is the one that actually has a fair amount of reserves in. It's looking at about 7.9 million in reserves in the electric fund.
In the gas fund.
I'm sorry?
In the gas fund.
Excuse me, yes, gas, thank you. The gas fund. We have a few more departments here. The warehouse, that's the group Dean Cavan heads up, and basically they're doing the keeping track of our inventory. That's where our garage system is, keeping all of the trucks and whatnot. Think of it as a shared service department, much like the accounting department or the IT department, where they serve, they basically, they don't have a lot of outside customers. They're all internal customers. And we used to have instances where they might buy, for example, the water department might buy its own mini excavator. Now, if they're going to use it every day, they would still buy their own mini excavator. But if they are buying one to store and say, yeah, I might need that, 4 times a year, but I'm going to loan it to the electric department and I'm going to loan it to the wastewater department, then we would put it in the warehouse and charged out to the departments based on time. So think of when you're looking at warehouse, for budgeting purposes, the funds initially come out of the electric fund, but they're allocated to the other utility departments. As of right now, we really don't have any warehouse activity except for some small inventory items that really get charged to any departments within the city. And they're looking mostly at repairs, maintenance, replacing their equipment. The IT department, these are items, again, IT is another department that is much like the like accounting, where our time is charged out. They have a few external customers, mostly internal customers. And these are the items that he has laid out. We're looking at, this is several years out, but as we move forward, we've been on the same operating system or ERP system, enterprise-wide system since the year 2000. And so we feel sometimes that there are some constraints with the system that we don't like. We're looking at, are there other systems out there that might provide us better flexibility in terms of online payments, for example, those kinds of things. Again, IT is something that is paid for directly out of the electric fund, but reimbursed by the other funds as the other departments use it, and it's split. This department is split with the city.
Jody, are you muted?
I'm sorry?
No.
Okay, and then
I just got a text that said they couldn't hear you.
Okay.
Let me try.
Right. Well, what I'm catching on Zoom is like on old Japanese movies. Jody's lips are moving.
Oh yeah, there's
but
a
I'm not
delay.
hearing the sound until about 2 to 3
Yeah,
seconds.
that's the delay. You don't have anything to do
But
with it.
it's causing the echo.
Oh, is that echo?
Oh, but it's because I'm on. I'm sorry.
Oh, turn that one off, try. That's probably why. See if it helps.
does this sound any better? Okay, good. And this is the building section that I talked about. You can see we have the elevator project that's currently ongoing, and it was funded by some federal dollars, some CDBG dollars to upgrade that. And then also the air handling. That's really the energy project, isn't it, for this building? Yep, energy efficiency in this building. And you'll see we've got the amounts listed here for the renovate inspections and planning. The cost comes out, but it will be reimbursed. The CR shows that those are city revenues. They'll be reimbursed over to the electric fund because to the extent that things are department specific, we still have them come through the IT department because the IT department is responsible for it ultimately, and then or the building department, or excuse me, that's not the right word. This building, others may use it. It generally, we don't have specific departments pay for things. We want to account for them in a single place so we can kind of see where we're at. We do have subtotals here for all the funds on this particular worksheet, and you can see where we've got some things where we're expecting the city revenues to reimburse the electric fund for some of those projects that are coming through. Did anybody have any specific questions or anything I can answer? I really urge you as we move through this project to, if you've got specific questions about a project, go ahead and contact that department head. They very definitely will have be the best source of information for you. If it's a funding question, myself or Dan Goebel or Kristen Klingsick, any of the three of us could answer a funding question as you're considering some of these items or have questions about it. Thank you for your time.
Very good. Just want to say thank you, Jody and Troy and staff for your thoroughness and really appreciate it. Good to go through and I always say in my business, if I don't know my numbers, I don't know my business. So great to see these and I appreciate all your help. Thank you. Why don't we take another 10-minute break?
Hey, Dave, go again. Can you give me a call?
Keep the blood moving.
So hopefully you can keep it to like 40 minutes. Yeah. All right, go ahead and talk, Dave, and make sure we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Can you turn your audio on, or do you have a camera? Or video, I'm sorry, your video. Down at the bottom.
I don't see it working here.
Well, it says your video is on. There we go.
I'm working on it, Brian. Hold on.
Your background.
All right.
There we go. We got you.
Brian, is Dave ready?
Yes.
Very good. We'll move on, Dave. Go ahead and next is discuss the 1 and 6th street improvement plan.
Okay, Dave Godikin, Director of Public Works, City Engineer, Honorable Mayor and City Council. I'm going to kind of give you a brief overview of what and why we do a 1 and 6 before we really get into the bones of it. Why we do it is because the city receives gas tax funds, federal funds through the Department of Roads down in Lincoln for the operation and maintenance of our streets and construction of new streets and bridges. And streets also includes trail system, bike trails, that type of thing, transportation system, maybe is a better word for it. Because of that, there's a number of things we have to do. We have to inspect our bridges every 2 years. We have to prepare an annual report, a financial report every year. We have to do a lane mile report every year. And then we also have to do a 1 and 6 year roadway plan every year. So we're here to talk about the 1 and 6. So that's why I left that one for last. What a 1 and 6 year roadway plan is, it's kind of a conceptual plan of our roadway system, transportation system, what we've done the year before, what we're doing this year, and what we're doing in what I call the out years, which is year 2 through 6. And what it is not a CIP, and it is not a long-range transportation plan, and it is not a budget item. I mean, it doesn't necessarily commit us to dollars, but it's very closely tied to those other items. Obviously, as Jody spoke earlier in her report, because the roadway plans that I have are also in the CIP. But the roadway plan is not a CIP because it doesn't include things like the street department shop. It doesn't include things like a storm sewer, et cetera. It is strictly a roadway plan as such. And we submit that to the state, they submit it to the feds, and that's their assurance that they receive that we're actually using their dollars for the maintenance of our roads, for the construction of new roads, and for the operations of, let's say, our street department, because those funds also can go for personnel costs, et cetera, for the street department. Basically anything that's related to roads and roadway maintenance. There's 2 parts to the plan that you have. One is a very kind of general part. That's the map that you have included. The map shows just kind of a general description of where these projects are and the segments that we're doing. And then also the projects in the 1 year plan are shown in red. The projects in the 2 through 6 year plan, which I call the out years, is in black. That's why there's 2 different colors on there. The other part of the plan is the spreadsheet that you have that shows the first year, which is 2021, the out years, which is the 2nd through 6 years, which is 22 through 26, and then also projects completed in 2020. So I'll jump right in unless there's any questions into, I guess, the projects that we have coming up, or projects, I'm sorry, the projects that we did in this last year. And then I would add that this plan also will now go to the Planning Commission, it'll go to the Utilities and Infrastructure Board, and then it will go to the City Council in a public hearing for final approval. I guess I got a little ahead of myself there. One of the things that I do want to talk about is in the past, we always did a 1 and 6 year plan. It was due March 1st. We got it all approved. There were some pretty stringent requirements on what we had to do as far as advertising, et cetera, reporting forms. And then those were all turned into the state on before March 1st and then put on file. And then that was used as our basis for the dollars, gas tax dollars that we receive. You don't receive the dollars unless you file, like I said, those other items plus this item, the annual report, the 1 and 6 year plan, et cetera. In the future, or about 2 years ago, the state changed the law where we no longer have to submit all those documents to the state, but the law also says that we have to have a 1 and 6 year plan. We have to have an annual report. So we do one every year, but we just file it in-house. In case we're ever audited, then we would provide that information in a format, I guess, similar to what we did in the past, but not necessarily using all their forms that they do. Moving forward, since when they changed that law, we were already into the, I guess what I would call the 2 year budget cycle. So it made it difficult to do it this way. But what I would like to do for 2022 is, as we're preparing the CIP starting this spring and then approving it late summer, early fall, as we do the CIP, we would also do the 1 and 6 for 2022 and incorporate that into the CIP plan, because the two kind of go together anyway, so that they would both be approved at the same time. And then every year we would do the same thing in the fall as we do an update to the CIP, depending on projects that were completed that year or projects that maybe got moved forward because of development, et cetera. Then we can adjust it every year. Okay, now we can go into the projects. So last year we did a number of projects. And if you look on the back page, projects that were completed was the Bell Street overlay. That was from Linden Avenue to 23rd Street. Johnson Road South, that was from Jackson Drive to Morningside Road. And then Bell Street, we did an emergency storm sewer drainage tube repair with some concrete repair over top of that. So I included that. And then there was some private development. I won't necessarily get into those, but those were subdivisions that were done by private developers. But then as they're developed, those roads are dedicated or donated to the city. So, you know, they are roadways that were done within our transportation system. So this year, we have a couple of carryover projects that were started in 2020 that will be completed in 21. So I put those in our roadway plan, even though they're nearly finished. Or I guess there's one in there that would be Luther Road South from Morningside to Samuel. That project is essentially finished, but you know, there's just a little bit of concrete work left on that one. We have 16th Street in there. We're going to do an asphalt overlay on 16th Street from Colson Avenue to Nye Avenue. What I listed as the Tech Park, but that is 29th Street and Lincoln Avenue. That will be 29th Street from Yeager Road to Lincoln Avenue, and then Lincoln Avenue from 29th Street down to essentially where Lincoln Avenue stops at the Rawhide Creek. That will be entirely new construction. That's an open field right now. It's being developed as part of the Tech Park at this present time. This will be to build the roadway system. It'll have storm sewer. No, we also have some sanitary and water in that project as well. The next item is the Bell Street Viaduct. This one has kind of been a carryover project for a number of years, but we're getting ready to go out with the RFPs on that one. The Bell Street Viaduct has some rehab work that needs to be done on it. And we will hire a consultant that is an expert in structural engineering to go under there, make assessments, and then move forward with the design. The next item is the 23rd Street corridor signals. This is kind of an annual contribution project, but the signals on the 23rd Street corridor are getting pretty old, and the controller boxes, which is kind of the computer that runs the street light, are old. Some of them are in pretty bad shape. What we plan on doing is leaving the poles and everything, the structure that's out there in place, but restringing all new wiring, putting in a new controller system, putting in a different vehicle detection system and then hanging new lights up there. So basically just kind of doing a rehab of those. And the first one that we would plan on doing is probably the Bell Street and 23rd Street, because that's the one that's in the worst condition right now. The Johnson Road South project, I guess that's kind of a carryover project too. We did the Johnson Road project last year, but due to some issues with getting the permitting from the Union Pacific Railroad, anytime you're on their right of way, you need to have a permit from them. And there was a holdup getting the permit. And rather than hold the entire project up, we chose to pave the section north of the tracks and section south of the tracks, and then follow that project up with that remaining paving, hopefully this year, depending on when we get our permit from the UP. It's essentially designed. We submitted all the plans to the UP. They're reviewing it right now. They'll most likely come back with some changes, and then those changes will be added to the drawings. And then once everything's approved, we will go out for bid on that project as well. Private development, I show the Howard Court project. That's that new commercial development going in on Morningside Road, kind of across from the apartment complex down there, just west of Luther Road. Paving is not in. They did utility work last fall, but they will be doing the concrete work this year. And the last project I have on this year's project list is the Southeast Beltway. It's not a city project. It's the state of Nebraska is doing that project, but the city does have financial commitments in that project. So I listed that as one of the projects that we have. And the second year through the 6th year, the out year projects, I'm only going to talk about probably the projects that are on the higher priority. The Rawhide Creek Trail is a project that we've been working on for quite a number of years. That project has been designed. The project now is in the right-of-way phase. The state of Nebraska is negotiating the right-of-way purchases and easements, et cetera, with the private property owners. That can be a very lengthy process. The anticipated date is sometime this fall. That would go out for bids. And then would be for 2022 construction. The Broad Street, I think Brian touched on it a little bit earlier during the CIP. That would be from 9th Street to basically the city limit lines, which is that north viaduct that goes over the Burlington tracks, up by Judy Street. The state is relinquishing Highway 77 or Broad Street back to the city, back to Inglewood, and back to the county. And as part of that, they pay you or they use their own contracting services to bring that road up to standards. What that usually means is they do an asphalt overlay, they do repair curbs, they build handicap ramps, et cetera, things like that. This particular one, it looks like we probably will just receive a cash payment from them, and then we will do the design work and have that built as a city project. So that one, it's kind of one of those projects that could slide around, move around a little bit. It will not be done in 2021, but likely 22 or 23. We would much desire to have that project finished before the Beltway is finished. Another project that was spoken about a little bit ago was the Military Avenue, and that's Military from Luther Road out to the bypass to 275. That one, the target date on that one was kind of set when we did the Sunridge addition. When they're half developed, the commitment was we would move forward with improving that road. So that one could happen next year, could happen the following year, depending on when that half development reaches. The other projects, they really aren't listed in any priority on that sheet. A lot of it kind of depends on development driven, safety driven, financial driven. I mean, sometimes finances become available for a certain project for a number of reasons. So that project then moves forward very quickly. One project I did add this year was Business Park Drive or County Road 20 1/4 from Highway 30 south to where the city limit line is there. The city limit line is just north of Old 23rd Street. That street's in very, very bad condition. It's got, the condition is called ASR. It's a condition of the concrete that causes it to degrade. And it's starting to degrade really fast. So I added that onto that list for a future project. I guess, unless you want me to go through specific projects, that's really what I have to report on this. And then if you would have any questions, I would certainly entertain those.
Old 2020, 1 through 6 that the council added with regards to the railroad and Claremore Street improvement that I see didn't transfer through to the 2022 to 26 plan, and I'm wondering why not.
I thought that was on there. Let me go through. If it's not, I will add it. But I thought I had that because I remember putting it in the CIP. But it will certainly be.
Did you say you'll add that, Dave?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Sukram?
Yeah, Dave, this is a question on the 23rd and Bell and Jaeger Road intersection.
Yes.
How do you know why that's moved way down? Because that intersection itself is kind of a disaster, and that roadway through. If I recall, that left planning commission at one point in time and has never. Way back, it left planning commission, but I never knew what happened to it or why it got moved around.
Well, that is one of the items. That's one of the items that would be addressed when we start doing the engineering study on 23rd Street for the signals. We would take a look at some of that. I did a presentation, I believe it was to Planning Commission. I know I did it to City Council for sure. Oh gosh, that's been about 5 years ago with a number of different options out there. And then I guess it was just kind of left from there. And there was not a lot of direction on where we move forward with that. Probably because the cost of this project would be quite exorbitant due to the fact that to make that all work, there's going to be acquisition of right-of-way, acquisition of businesses. So that's kind of where that one is at. I mean, I would take direction on that one as far as how we want to proceed.
Thank you. And the other question I had was the Broad Street Highway 77. When this street gets turned over, I'm assuming this thing get turned over to us. Am I correct at some point?
2023.
Okay. So when we get to that point, is there a point where we're going to look at that street as maybe having no truck traffic going through it?
Yeah. Dave can touch on that.
We can certainly look at our truck routes, and we're probably due to do that anyway, because I think I stated in my last traffic report, we're getting a lot of requests for speeding down certain streets, but one of the other requests we get or concerns we get is there's a lot of trucks going down my street. The question of, do you want trucks going down Broad Street? From a first blush, that's I guess the first time someone's brought that question to me. I would advise some caution there, because there will still be a lot of trucks needing to use that route to access businesses, et cetera, especially with the grain handling businesses and the Costco project and all the meat processing plants down there. Not everybody is necessarily coming from the south. Not everybody necessarily wants to drive all the way around on the bypass to come in from the south. So we can certainly look at it, but I would exercise some caution on that one.
What'd you say, Dave, the rule is the shortest route from a truck route?
Yes, So if you designated 77, let's say, or what's now 77 and Broad Street as a non-truck route, statute, you would be forcing them to come all the way around to the south and come in from the south, because then that would be the next closest truck route. Or they would have to come in on Military, because Military is also a truck route.
But that's part of the reason why we're putting the beltway up, correct? Is so they can go in and around. They don't have to come through.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And that's probably a good topic for the long range transportation plan as well. If Jennifer's listening, we can both take notes on that one. That's probably a pretty good,
The reason I mention that, Dave, is because a lot of, when I knocked on doors on Broad Street, that was the number one thing I got pushed on. And standing there talking to people, watching their pictures on their walls rattle off while a truck goes by, you have to start asking the question, if we spend all the money on this beltway, what would be the purpose of them having to go through there? I understand you're going to get some regardless, but delivery trucks and whatnot. But the big semis, if they're going to Costco, I mean, you would think they'd have a GPS that would guide them to the best truck route.
Yeah, Costco has told us though that they've advised all their trucks to go around, not go down Broad Street. So
yeah,
I do see some of the trucks hauling chickens. Well, you don't know. Sometimes those are other birds, but
right.
Costco's trucks are supposed to be.
Well, that's advising, but I mean, if I had a trucking company, I would tell them to follow the GPS route on the trucking to get you there instead of cutting through.
Yeah.
I mean, the road's changing. The bypasses are changing. We're going to have 4 major highways coming through here at some point. There's really no reason I would think to hurt, maybe try to do that.
Right.
Yeah, that's definitely an item that we can talk about or consider as we move forward. And I do think that's probably a good item for the long range transportation plan for discussion.
Thanks, Dave.
You bet.
Just waited.
Dev, you're still on. If you,
sorry.
Oh, Mike, you go ahead.
You mentioned if you owned a truck driving company, working for one, you can establish all the rules. You can even have your policy of termination, but unless I'm in that truck with the guy, I don't have a whole lot of control. What I'm saying. I mean, so the challenges they're not simple. And I'm in total agreement with you, that there's way too much truck traffic on there. But, when we come to figure out a solution to it, I've looked at it for 20 years and I haven't come up with, for my own trucks, I haven't come up with a system that works. Because we do have a designated route for our trucks to travel, but like I said, aside from me being in all the trucks, it just doesn't work.
Councilman Yerger.
I have a couple other questions, Dave. Listed in this list is First Street Bell to Luther. And First Street Bell to Luther's been rehabbed a couple of times because of expanding the sewer capacity, wastewater or sewer capacity, I guess, in the street because of water problems down there. Is it the condition of the street that we're doing this again, or are we doing other things related to stormwater associated with this area as well? Because it wasn't that many years ago that we redid this whole street. That's my first question.
Do you want me to answer that first, or do you want to?
Yeah, and then I have another one that I'd like to follow up, but I'm interested in that because that's my ward, and the people down there have obviously raised issues with regards to traffic safety and the like on First Street anyway. I was surprised to see it being up for rehab.
This project has been designed. It was designed a number of years ago, and then it was put on hold. There was a number of concerns from the neighbors, as it was prior to me. There were a number of concerns from the neighbors, and then also it kind of falls in the categories. There's concerns of how do we fund it. But this project's been designed by an engineering firm and the plans are on file, I guess. There are some sections of that road that are really in bad condition. Parts of the road were repaired previously, but there are some segments down there that are in pretty rough condition. And it kind of goes back to the questions on Broad Street as well as First Street is another one of them, because there are a lot of heavier vehicles using those roads. And every time you have an area that is broken up a little bit, it just makes that much more noise. It's kind of like a car going across a railroad track. You know, when you go across the broken concrete, it just sort of reverberates that sound through that immediate area. But there are some segments down there that are in pretty bad shape. So that's
I know I walk that area all the time, and I know that there are some areas. So it's mostly a rehab. It's not a widening or storm sewer related anything. It's just
storm sewer will definitely be looked at if there are some areas that need to be improved or sized larger. That would definitely be done at that time as well.
Okay. And because in those heavy storms, we had significant water at the corner of First and Luther. I mean, 12 inches deep or whatever. So I know that stormwater is still an issue for those folks. Heavy storms, they have water up to their garage doors. So that's just an issue. And I didn't know if that encompassed all of that or if it was just rehab. So thanks. My other discussion goes down to the 23rd and Bell Street, Jaeger Road project, $10 million or whatever. That intersection has been a thorn in the side for a long time. And now that we're getting to the point where on your plans, Lincoln Street's being extended and 32nd Street is eventually going to be paved. And I'm wondering if a solution ultimately in our traffic plan is for the collector status and moving traffic northbound would shift over to Lincoln and off of Luther, and that would take away the necessity of doing significant work at the Jaeger Street intersection onto Highway 30, which is impossible, and you're really never going to correct without some significant rearrangement of the businesses that are there and the mall, and which we discussed previously. So I'm wondering if shifting the major load to Lincoln Street ought to be something that's considered when you're looking for a northbound collector to get around. And I don't know if that's in the plan or discussion, but it might be something we'd want to look at with the paving.
It's not necessarily directly implied, but Lincoln Road is designated. We're building right now just to 29th Street, but there's also another plan out there. Again, this is a project that's about 80% designed to connect that to the proposed 32nd Street. And then 32nd Street then would be built from Jaeger Road to Luther Road. So yes, what you're saying is correct. And those kind of become collectors. Lincoln Road maybe as a secondary collector because it's really not an inline street where Bell Street, you're coming from the south. What used to be 275 on Bell Street. And then when it hit 23rd Street, it became Highway 30. So it's kind of the natural corridor, but there's no reason that local traffic wouldn't use Lincoln Road to make that connection as well. You know, it's just diverting over a couple blocks and then going north and going about your way. But right now it's kind of the path of least resistance. And it's an odd situation where a parking lot for a shopping mall becomes kind of the extension of the street, but that's what we have there. That's how it's actually functioning.
Yeah, I know that's how it's working, and that's not very operational. And I only raised the issue because obviously if you were to designate from Highway 30 northbound towards 32nd Street up Lincoln Street, the width of that street, if you're going to make it a collector or a something major, might change what we're building there. So I just thought it was worth throwing out there.
Well, the Lincoln Road is 36 feet wide, so that's by our definition, it meets the requirements of a collector street. Essentially, that's a 3-lane street. You got north and south, and then a turning lane down the center.
Okay, thanks.
Questions for Dave? Dave, I just have one. Have we ever considered or have we had a street master plan or a street improvement master plan, or has it always been done like this?
There is a street master plan. It was done, gosh, I think in the early 90s, maybe. I'd have to go back up and look. But essentially, it's the same thing we're doing this year with the long range transportation plan. That will be kind of our street master plan. This is kind of a close in look at where we're going in the next couple of years. This doesn't necessarily look at where we should build roads or anything like that, or it just looks at roadway projects that we're projecting to do. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, yeah. Any other comments for Dave? Okay. Hold on, Sally. None of them are working. Well, I just saw.
Reset it. This one's working.
I saw Tyler's computer go blue screen. Not a good day for technology, huh? Not a good day for technology.
They can't hear me if I just speak.
There we go.
I don't think his computer's on, guys. Sally, you want to just?
Here.
Well, okay. I didn't know if he could hear me.
Or trying to take me off.
I'll get this down to my size. Yes, in our ward, we certainly do have some flooding issues and water issues. And I'm going to, well, making assumptions is not always the right thing to do. But in our long-range transportation planning, certainly stormwater will become a big issue and addressed. Is that correct? That we'll be adding?
Only in a long range transportation plan, it kind of like the 1 and 6 year plan. It's a transportation plan. It's not specifically for stormwater. The stormwater really needs to be looked at kind of on a separate basis. Brian and I have been doing a little work on that. There is some activity again, I guess, I can't think of the name of that committee with the county and us and the NRD, but to look at kind of that as a regional issue. The issues we have in the city aren't just necessarily limited to us. One of the problems we have is if we get the water out of town faster, what are we doing to the people downstream? If we keep the water from entering the city, what are we doing to the people upstream? So there's a number of things that we can do internally. And then one of the other issues that we're dealing with that's unrelated to all of this, maybe more on the CIP, is our MS4, our stormwater program that deals with stormwater quality, but then also then we need to tie that to a stormwater quantity. But it's really not part of a transportation plan, but it is a very important issue for the city. We all acknowledge that.
We're going to have to get that fixed because otherwise the next segment won't be able to hear. Nobody on Zoom will be able to hear. We're probably just going to have to go reset that system. Jeremy, Tyler, that their mics won't work at all.
Can you guys, you're not your
speak button isn't working. No. Oh, tell him to hold on a second. Yeah, Jeremy. You got it. Okay.
Dave, I like your background you got there.
Oh, it's a trout lake in Wyoming.
Beautiful.
Yes, it was. It was a beautiful morning.
I'd rather be there than here right about now.
I'm not so sure. It'd be pretty cold up there today. It was about 10,000 feet elevation.
Yeah. I don't enjoy driving through Wyoming often. We drive to Oregon, and the drive through there isn't pleasant most often, except for the views.
Yes.
I guess, would anybody have any other questions for Dave? I mean, if you have more, we can take them here. You know, or I'll relay it.
For years, and whether or not they are still all on here, because we've had street projects when we discussed this last time that dated back several years and had not yet been reached. And I'm wondering, are they still all on here, or are those shuffled so far down they're not even on the list?
Dave, did you maybe hear some of that through my mic or not? Brad was asking about the prioritization.
Oh, back up.
Can you hear me, Dave? Can't even hear me. Dave, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Yes, I heard you.
Yeah, my button's
okay.
My button's hot.
All right, go ahead.
Dave, can you hear?
Yes, I can.
Yes, he can.
Okay. So my question was, when we had some discussion about this once before, there were a myriad of smaller street repair and renovation projects that were on the list. And I'm just curious, are they still all on here, those that have been identified across the city that need to be done? And have those that have been waiting for years moved up on our priority list? Or maybe you could address that circumstance, because I know we had quite a few before that we had shuffled down several years and they had yet to get repaired.
Well, specifically Garfield and Mayfair were two that have been shuffled around. We did Hancock Street in that same area, and then these other two projects, they are designed, but they were moved back, I guess, for budgeting reasons. They're still on the list. Like I say, this list is not necessarily listed in priority listing. I heard some of the comments that you had for Jody earlier about the priority and the kind of the stacking and the spreadsheet on the CIP. In Jody's defense, I tried that a couple of years ago, but I really messed up the internal referencing that they have in their spreadsheet unknowingly by moving those projects around on the sheet. Some of the formatting doesn't necessarily travel with the edits, or at least it didn't for me. So that's why when I do those, I leave them in the specific order that they're on that sheet. But as part of the budgeting process, I do intend to build a spreadsheet. In fact, I've started already, taking all our projects, taking the projects that are on the CIP, taking the projects in the 1 and 6, and stacking them in an order. So as we move forward in the budgeting process, that is something that I will have that kind of lays them out, similar to like what Mark Villadal does. Is this year we want to do this, next year we want to do this, and then kind of the ones that we don't know necessarily what year they are in, but kind of prioritize them as a project that, hey, if this happens, this project has to move forward quickly. Like Military Avenue is one of those. First Street is another one. First Street, not even the one that we talked about from Luther to Bell, but from Bell to First Street is in, or from Bell to Main Street is in pretty bad shape as well. So some of these are projects that just have to be moved forward. And some of them we switch out and put in our annual maintenance program. We have a maintenance program or concrete maintenance contract that we let out that's more rehab around the city. So some of those projects get moved over to there, like Pierce Street is one. Pierce Street originally was a paving project from Linden to Military, but when we looked at it, I think there are some segments of that street that are really bad shape that are probably more candidate for rehab than they are for tearing up the whole street and just starting from scratch. So I think those will probably become rehab projects versus paving projects. So yeah, some of them are on here. Some of them have been moved to rehab. Some of them has just been moved into the out years. But I've taken nothing off of the program.
Anything else for Dave about this item?
What was the question?
All right, Dave, thank you very much for your help. I would say it's good to look over our street plan and see what's in the hopper for this year and the future years, so we can be educated. And again, thanks again for your help and work on that. So, okay, now kind of moving on to our last item here. The reports from council members on citywide goals, and really, coming into today and a big part of today, and also my first, few months here as mayor, wanted to get obviously as much comments from the public and from council as I possibly could as we're looking at setting goals. I mean, we do this as a city, as a community, and as a body. And so really my intention, my goal for this discussion was just to hear your comments from council on some things you'd like to see. And I'll be, compiling those as well as the comments that I received from the public here recently as I was doing my communication, as well as what I had the past year, and setting priorities and goals here for the next few years for Fremont. So if it all right with you, I guess I'd start here on my left and kind of work down. And Mike, Councilman Coons, you want to go if you have some discussion points you'd want to mention, and I'll start with you.
Well, I'm not really sure on what technique you want us to use on this.
Your
So it doesn't
technique.
Drag out for 5 hours.
I was planning 5 minutes each, so.
Okay, I'll just kind of highlight, because I don't have them in any particular order, because I found out that that changes from day to day, the environment. But I think probably some of the ones that need the most attention, I think, is the city council, city staff relationship. We need to focus on restoring the communal and effective working relationship that most prior councils were able to establish. We can do this by establishing trust, support, improve the communication, and realizing the duties and goals of each member of city staff. Most successful prior councils were the ones who were able to maintain a good working relationship with the city administrator and mayor. I think that's the most critical element of a council to be successful. Um, Another item that I have is real similar, is the relationship between city council and our legal representation. Um, with the way that the nation has gone lately, the council, whenever we look at something, we've almost always had to check the legal status with that staff, um, and more so than in previous years, because there's been so much information, inaccurate news coverage, misguided, uninformed social sites like Facebook and such. They've caused a tremendous amount of pushback from the public, and often it's been because we haven't worded it right, or they take it as misinformed. So, and I guess the bottom line is accept that truth and facts have taken a backseat to perceived facts, and I think that's why we need to repair and expand our relationship with legal representation. I mean, uh, we hired them, we paid them to give us advice, and we need to put more emphasis on that advice to give us to save time. And the other ones that I have are just kind of infrastructure items. The one that I want to focus on the most is the city auditorium. I mean, we have several: the city auditorium, Joint Law Enforcement Center, Keene Memorial Library, and those type of things. But my biggest focus on the city auditorium, according to the research that I've done, the city auditorium is probably one of the oldest buildings that we have still in our history that was built for the city. And we've done a real good job of bringing that to the forefront, and brought not only a good restoration and a good ability to make it usable for more members of the community. I worked with Kim Costco a lot on this project. I mentioned it to her, and then she took the ball and ran. She made it pretty easy for the rest of us. But I guess maybe my most important thing on this is with the recent passing of Kim and her her ability to get things done in the way she did. I think we need to do perhaps a rededication of this building and put her name on it in some way, so future generations will be aware of how much she put into this building. Not as much as the original founders, but awful close. I was really impressed with her dedication. The other item that I have is Joint Law Enforcement Center. We'll simplify that. There's a real need for it. I don't see us ever getting away from that, but I think there again it goes back to the point. The mistake that we made on it was not being able to head off the damage that media and inaccurate resources have put into that. So I think that's one of the areas that we need to focus on the most when we go to look at that again. And Keene Memorial Library is almost on par with the problems that we had, the challenges we had with the Joint Law Enforcement Center. They're pretty similar, and of course, one that we've never had to look at before until the last couple of years is the flood control and city drainage. You know, I would not like to say we've been fortunate to learn lessons from the recent flood because I was right in the middle of it. That's not the way I want to learn how to do things. But I think we need to step back and take a closer look at what we did there and make sure we follow through in the future with what we did. And the biggest lesson I learned from the flood was when the chips are down, everyone in this community were able to put their differences aside, their race, their, you know, even their height, tall people, short people, you know, and we need to be able to look at every issue that way because I noticed shortly after all the majority of the damage was repaired, we went right back to our old methods of doing things. So that was a little bit of a disappointment for me. And let's see. I know I'm rambling on too much, so I'm just going to pass it on to Sally and let her take it away, Sally.
Thanks, Mike.
I arranged mine a little bit differently because I arranged it to two short-term items that I think we do need to address. And obviously we have been, DCHS is certainly one of them that people are talking about. And the perception, public perception that I'm getting is that we're just idling. We've done nothing for over a year. And I watch and I've listened to some of the board meetings. It's just been sucking the energy and time from this group a lot. And while we are doing something, perception is that we're doing less than just idling. And so I feel we need to at least be getting some information to the public, even if it's in the mayor's comment section saying, we maybe have possible litigation. We can't share a lot. So I want to assure you that we are progressing, and maybe in 60 days you will hear, 30, 60, some kind of reporting that we are going forward with it, because it certainly doesn't look like it, especially since this is drug on for so long. So that's one of the top things. The other thing, and maybe I'm the only one that gets, maybe I just know a lot of older people, I don't know. Where do I get my shot for COVID? How do I sign up? How do we find out about it? I mean, I'm getting a lot of several. I just had two people just last week ask me about that. But I feel we need to be kept informed on what's going on, because people will start asking us when the information comes out. They look to the city for answers, and our city needs to have a plan. We have some contingency plans, I know, but we need to be ready to go, whether National Guard's involved or not. And I know the Board of Health is meeting again. Maybe you can discuss it at that time to talk about the directive. Information I'm getting from people that I'm talking to is they'd like to see that directive continue on at least for another month and then come back to it at the end of that following month. But I feel we need a clear, understandable message to share with public. And maybe too, when we start reaching out to people, it needs to go beyond KFAB and our Tribune, maybe, or KFAB, I said KHUB, I meant to say we need to extend beyond, and maybe even use KFAB, because so many people use that as an alternative radio too, that's outside of Fremont, but it's still something people listen to. But I think maybe we need to invite Three Rivers to talk to us, perhaps, and just share some information at the next council meeting or the next couple council meetings. And what is the plan, for vaccinations? Are we going to use the auditorium? We're going to use Christensen Field? We just need to have contingencies already in place. And I know they have talked about it, but we need to just be aware, I think, too, because we'll get the questions. We'll be getting some of those questions. Then I did some general comments. One is definitely city council needs to work together. There's too much divisiveness. We need to really start looking about being a cohesive group. affordable housing, better paying jobs, quit giving to a few. I asked what they meant. They said, well, you know. No, I don't know, but that's okay. Need to find a way to promote Fremont. They felt we didn't have a positive image. Need a nice restaurant, fewer fast food restaurants, unless it's and then a couple of people said, oh, unless it's Chick-fil-A comes, it's okay, you know, or some other one. Economic growth, felt we needed more and better jobs, but felt a comprehensive plan needs to be developed, and I think we're going that direction. Property taxes down, I hear about that, especially from had two people who are on fixed incomes and their property taxes jumped up again another $400 this year, $500 last year. And so their cost or their income is not going up. They are in their own homes, but they're finding it harder each year. Affordable housing needs to be addressed. And here the comment I'd gotten too is that Fremont had received money to help lower income buyers through the Greater Fremont Development Council did it because the city could not apply for those funds. And they said something like $1.8 million, almost a couple $1 million was received. And the idea was to have help, reach out and help people with lower means. But what happened is it sounded like we gave it to 5 people and they built these big projects. And I know some of the rental prices that they're asking, those people can't even afford to move to those apartments. So I just thought I'd share with that. Build interchanges inward toward Fremont, like many of the other cities have done. Papillion had done that with those along the interstate. Then you build toward the city. Gretna had done that too. Provide infrastructure across the highway. They felt businesses would encourage businesses. My notes are my opinions. You know, if we're not looking at the levy to lower because there has been such a jump in valuations, increased valuations, and now even my house has been increased more than what we paid for it, which I'm glad. Hey, that means the value is really higher. It's okay. Also, you know, we've been reading about the governor holding budgets to a 3% increase. While this is focused on schools, we need people will look towards city and staff as well too. With the increased cost of COVID alone, I know in schools, I'm sure that budget's being eaten up, and that's not even included. That won't even include your fixed charges that you don't have any control over. Basically, I heard people say they want better paying jobs and how do we keep taxes down? Affordable housing is an issue. Fremont City Council is an issue as far as getting along and going forward. I felt the Greater Fremont Development Council probably could be an issue that they need to really look and focus on. It needs to be re-examined. What was the purpose for that money? And if so, maybe redevelop the revolving low interest loans for people. Certainly one person would have qualified for that type of low interest loan to give someone to buy a chance to buy a house. We are a family, we're a community of caring, wonderful, and generous individuals. We are. We could see that during the flood. We saw that. We see that now, feeding people during the pandemic and helping in so many other ways. As far as developing an image or having a negative image, I really disagree with that. It's just that we don't have an image that's outside of Fremont. So we need a way to campaign and promote Fremont, kind of be our own cheerleader, so to speak. And we have to get the word outside of our own community. And we need to find a way to communicate in an understandable and clear way our message. I know there's an old PR rule that just says formulate a message and you have to get it out at least 7 times, because people don't even start recognizing it until after the 3rd time it's out or seen. So repetition is important. And Fremont is too good of a city to have anything less thought of us. And it would bring in businesses if people said, hey, Fremont's a destination to go to. So those are some of the inputs and
Thank you.
things that I had.
Thank you very much. Councilman Yerger? Let me turn on your mic.
I'd like to start with some general commentary that I've heard, not just recently, but goes back a while. And that is, we're now under the review of the comp plan and the UDC and all traffic plan and all those kinds of things, which is good. But paramount in those documents is our responsibility to protect and serve the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. And oftentimes I've heard, do we really do that? Who is the public? And is there a balance between the general public, middle income, other income, businesses, et cetera, in this community in the way we approach things in governance? Because oftentimes they don't feel there's a balance. And when you look at the comp plan statements and when you look at our city code statements, the number one priority that we have is to serve the public. And I realize that's a broad definition because that includes the residents of the city and the business of the city, but there's a balance there. And what I've been hearing for quite some time is they don't feel we have a good balance in that arena. And some of the things that they've used to demonstrate that to me over time and was even in our most recent meetings is, it seems like if you want to, you can ignore the city code, which requires 3 readings on some things, and do what you want instantaneously. But on other things, for example, the animal control issue, which has plagued us for some time now, you can't get it done in 9 months. So how is it that for certain folks, you can do it right away? And for others, you can't do it, or it doesn't look like you do it at all. And inherent in that is really a communications problem, I think, and the lack of transparency oftentimes, because I think first and foremost, the public wants us to be in a mode of transparency as often as possible, if not all the time. They would prefer that we have things in open public discussion where they can participate and observe. And we haven't always been good at doing that, not just amongst ourselves and the public, but within the governance of council and the administration. And that's one of the reasons they have observed it. And I think that they observe friction because it's a communications problem. And they're astute to that. When it comes to looking at the comprehensive plan, and I know these folks will be looking at it, but some of the things that we've experienced over the course of, since I've gotten on council, and it started before I got on council, we have to have a vision that we don't box ourselves in. It seems to be, sometimes we have industrial and commercial intermixed with our residential, and maybe if we had planned differently, we wouldn't be experiencing that, and it makes the code problematic to implement because of requirements for distancing, spacing, and all kinds of things. And we've heard some even on the 23rd Street corridor where we're backing up to existing residential properties, and what rights do they have versus over the rights of businesses to expand, et cetera, and who gets the priority when you own property and you change your codes. And then they see that their property values are negatively impacted by what you're currently doing under new code. They're not particularly fond of city governance when that happens. They've spent their life savings on their investment only to have it diminished by actions of the city. And so I think we have to be careful as to how we do that. I think one of the things that I've heard of, and we've started that, but downtown revitalization is a critical element for Fremont. Our downtown needs revitalization. To me personally, and to others that I've talked to, that's foot traffic. You revitalize downtown when you bring back the enthusiasm to be downtown. Some of what's been going on down there in some of the buildings is a good example of what's necessary. Quite honestly, I got a tour of the Milady building. I was astonished to see what's going on there. And if we were doing that, and we will be in the 505 building and some of those kinds of things, and the renovation that's going on in the telephone building, and some of the other visions that folks have had to put apartments back in downtown so that we would create the foot traffic, I think will bring back the, some of the restaurant business, some of the other kinds of things. We certainly could be much more like Haymarket and Old Market. We have the historic downtown Fremont, and I think that's a focus and priority that some people have. I share that vision. I think that's one of the ways that you revitalize Fremont is to have a healthy downtown area. With regards to city code, some of the things that came to mind, we have done some things over the course of making changes to this UDC because they were problematic, but they were stopgap changes that affected individual businesses or problems. But ultimately, the decision that we made affected citywide implementation because you don't just make a change. Those are conditional permits or whatever. We don't use that process as effectively as maybe we should. We make the code changes and it applies across the entire city, which makes a problem for elsewhere. And we need to be cognizant of that when we make changes so that that doesn't happen. And for example, one that came to mind recently that we took out of code a while back was open space requirements for developments. And then recently we heard, oh, we need more open space because we need to contemplate parks and the like. Arguments were made at the time. We shouldn't give up open space in that regard so that we can provision that in the future, but we didn't attend to it. And so we created a problem for ourselves downstream. And when it comes to providing sources of financing, I get a lot of feedback from time to time and have recently again with regards to the use of TIF and the use of LB 840 funds and how we grant those and oftentimes overlap those for major players. When a lot of people would say, well, TIF is a state program, but LB 840 was something that we had locally, and why aren't we using that for more local business opportunity rather than the large businesses who have availed themselves of TIF oftentimes. And I would personally would like to see LB 840 be more of a revolving door loan approach rather than just grants, because the revolving loan approach means that you can help more and more businesses downstream. And that's some of the feedback that I got early on when we were giving multi-million-dollar LB 840 funds away. Why aren't you doing that to revitalize small businesses and some local businesses, for example, that went out in the business park? They were already established businesses, but they took advantage of some of those funds. Some of the daycares, et cetera, have taken advantage of those funds, but they did it on a loan basis and they repaid. So they're sort of like paying back to the community for us helping them get started. And I think that's kind of a good plan. And so people have commented on that. Certainly got a lot of feedback from folks when we canceled out the viaduct project because of its cost and design, but we left Washington Heights still in a situation where they don't feel they have the requisite safety that could and should be afforded to them. And so looking at street alternatives for them that would get them around the railroad tracks is something that still seems to be on the list. I've had calls on that in the past. And I asked these questions about the road improvements and rehab and et cetera, because there are a lot of streets in town that are in need of repair or revitalization in many respects. And some have been waiting for a while. And so the public looks in that and they say, well, gee, you can pave South Luther, or you can do 29th Street and you can spend mega dollars on that out of those resources. But my street repair has been on hold for 5 or 6 years. When are my streets going to get repaired? And I have a hard time answering those kinds of questions as a council person as to why are you on the lower priority and these projects are on the higher priority. So I think that's an area that we can attend to. One of the things that's most bothersome that deals with us every meeting, and if this is, we're going to continue to use Zoom or technology projects to have community involvement in our meetings, it needs to be of stellar quality. I haven't heard a single meeting since we started using Zoom that the public hasn't complained about audio being recognized, overfeed, can't hear, just on and on. And I'm, we may be trying, but it is not being successful in the for public participation. And certainly what I've noticed is that in our meetings, fewer and fewer people are here. Some have picked up and coming back on Zoom, unless it's a really important project. And I personally appreciate the community's engagement and hearing from them, just as we're seeking their counsel on what we'll do with the comprehensive plan and the UDC and the traffic plan or whatever. But every time we meet twice a month is an opportunity for the public to engage with us and let us know what we are or aren't doing from their perspective. And the open public comment meeting gave them another opportunity to do just that once a month. Unfortunately, they haven't utilized that tool as much as I would like. I would like the public to really utilize that tool that we gave them to speak up on topics that's not on our agenda. So I don't know how we get the word back out more effectively for them to do that. But part of what I heard back, even having done all of that, is y'all don't listen to us anyway. So why should we come and spend our time at your meetings or come to the open public comment meetings? If you want us to come, then you need to show us that you're listening and help get some things accomplished that we put on the list. So certainly I heard several concerns with regards to how we pick priorities and what we do. The fact that the police department has significant need, but that didn't pass. Some people view the airport project as being less a citywide project rather than a specialized project that affects everybody. Law enforcement would have. And so I think at times they kind of wondered if we have our head on straight with regards to the priorities that we pick and how we decide them. And maybe listening to their input would be effective. I know that Councilman Coons, you indicated that social media isn't always accurate, and it isn't, I guess. But at many times, social media does give you the flavor of what's the people are thinking in the community. And we ought to be at least listening up to what's being dialogued there, because if they don't come to our meetings to espouse their concerns, they are doing it there. And we ought to at least take into account what we see and what we hear in that regard to see if there's something we can glean for the direction of the community. And because it is a tool that's currently being used in today's world to get their views out. One of the other things that I wanted to mention with regards to affordable housing. We've passed through a lot of subdivisions that said they were be sponsoring affordable housing, but I'm not sure it's turned out to be as affordable as everyone necessarily thought it would be. And here's an idea that was pitched that I thought has some merit. And it came up in Omaha a while back. They passed an ordinance for it. Had to do with rehabbing existing rental property and the fact that you need to keep your rental properties in good condition in order for those to be utilized in effective, affordable housing units for the public. And we don't currently have any city code that deals with that with regards to any kind of inspection rules or anything that would say every time you change new tenants, we need to make sure that the facilities are good and inhabitable and those kind of things. So that might help our affordable housing as we look forward down the road to not just new construction affordable housing, but how do you rehab existing housing to be affordable? And that certainly is one of the UDC, I think, top priorities for what we have to face in this community. And that is a large portion of at least Western and Southwestern Fremont could not even be rebuilt under current city code. And that's a paramount concern, I think, in what we're doing going forward with our new UDC to make sure that we give those residents in those parts of town the opportunity, and then that would afford them to deal with the renovation of their property in a tragedy such as the flood or tornadoes or any of those kind of things. And so we haven't, our old UDC didn't take that into account because we have a variety of historic and older parts of town of Fremont, as well as the newer parts of town. And our code needs to be balanced in its treatment, excuse me, as we allow things to be modified in those portions of town versus how you would build in a newer part of town. And I don't know how the city code will deal with that, maybe it needs to be bifurcated in some way that, you know, it's age based with regards to your building structures or something, but certainly how we built and the amount of space that we use to build properties in years gone by has changed with newer and high property values for the way we build today. But we have to accommodate both. So those were the things that came across my plate, not only from the public, but some of the thoughts that I've had since getting on council that I hope that we can address going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilman Jensen.
Yeah, I just had a few things more specific to in mind what I'd heard from my constituents and others around Fremont. Just one of the things was getting back into establishing the quiet zones at the railroad intersections. Those are very busy tracks, and they come through town often at night, less than an hour apart. Horns blowing through every intersection. That's I think it's important that we look at working on something there. The library too, like Brad mentioned, you know, I understand there's some positions to fill there, and as we get that going, I'd like to see an aggressive expansion project. You know, we don't seem to have any trouble finding money to expand our YMCA. I kind of like to see our library be a national gold standard, just like our YMCA is. You know, it's a mind and body. The library, maybe not to all of us, but the library is an important resource for our citizens, particularly citizens that maybe have limited personal resources, but they're still committed to forging a better future. Coding and zoning, as we go into that, I think it's important, as Brett had mentioned, there's some that it's important that we keep the coding and zoning regulations flexible, particularly in the older areas of Fremont, so we can keep them important, safe, and viable. Police, fire, EMT services. As far as the fire goes, we've kind of positioned ourselves. We've acquired a couple of properties around the fire station, so should be able to help upgrade in the future as the need arises. The police facilities are in serious need of upgrade as well. Egress in and out of Washington Heights, that's an area that needs some improvement. A couple little things. I don't even know this is long range or not, it's short range. Broad Street, Washington Elementary, student pickup and drop off is a problem here. I know it's busy around all the other schools, but on Washington, it's right on Broad Street and it's right off of the viaduct. That's a problem, and I think we need to look at that. And as more diversity in retail options in the city is important to a lot of people. That's really all I got. I'll yield to Dev.
Go ahead, Dev.
Okay, well, I narrowed mine down because Mike took a couple of mine anyway, with reference to infrastructure and to the dedication of the city auditorium towards Kim. I believe that was spot on, Mike, for sure. I've also, since we're heading back into the comprehensive plan and UDC, I want people at Fremont to understand and know some of the problematic things we had before with the comprehensive plan and the UDC was that they weren't tracking together. And because we had a delay in planning directors in and out, that did create some problematic areas. So doing this comprehensive plan, long range transportation plan and UDC together is going to be hugely beneficial for us to do that in unison all the way across the board. And that'll take away a lot of the problems we had before. So I've had a lot of questions on that during the campaign trail. And I think a lot of folks didn't realize that we went through the planning directors that we did. They were shocked to know that we went through a few. They were on the assumption we were still on our first guy. So I said, well, it's a gal now. So a couple other things were our infrastructure. Keep continuing on that. Library, the Joint Law Enforcement Center, and fire were the big ones that came up to me. Street plans were we kind of talked about that already, so I'll leave that where it's at. So one thing that has occurred to me was with the library, because we lost the Hope Center for Kids here in Fremont, I felt that was a huge loss for some of our underprivileged kids, and would definitely like to see, if we could, to see the library maybe branch into helping those folks, those youngsters that don't have a place to go, especially now with COVID in place, to give them an opportunity to be helped. I had one more. I know I did. I had to kind of move them around here because everyone kept taking the ones I had. So I'd like to retake a look at the splash station and its expansion at some point. I find it crazy that people of Fremont are running to Columbus to enjoy their splash station, and people from West Omaha are coming to enjoy ours. I'm scratching my head a lot on that one. So let's see. Code enforcement was something that's been coming up a lot, especially particular on car lots that are out of shape. And especially over where I live, I've had that complaint forever. Even when I was on planning, I'm like, well, I think you need to call your councilman on it, but I'll definitely take the help on. So we have to start solving some of those problems. I don't know how we do it, but we got to try. So manpower for police and fire, I think I mentioned that already. That kind of goes in with Joint Law Enforcement Center. And I hope it ties in the comprehensive plan with keeping our fire department. That's our number one job as city council, is protecting our people. If we don't do that, we failed. So I ran on that, and I'm going to stand on that, on my opinion side. And I think that's pretty much all I got. A lot of it was already taken, so great. That's awesome that we're thinking that way.
Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, being the last one, I know most of mine, a lot of my things have already been taken, joint law enforcement and other stuff. But one thing I think we do need to establish a social media policy. I think council members need to be held at a higher standard. And a prime example of that is, and I hate to do this, but the bar at the terminal. That got started and it went crazy. And if we had a policy, I think that could have been avoided. A lot of the problems that came up with that could have been avoided, because I know I got several calls on it. Why would we need a bar in the terminal? And the first one caught me off guard, and the next few, at least I knew what they were talking about, because I had never heard anything about a bar in the terminal. And to hear from most of them, they said, well, I asked, where are you getting this information? They said from a council person's Facebook page. Things like that should not happen, because it promotes ill will between council members and staff and the general public. Getting misinformation like that really hurts us when we're trying to work together to solve problems and to grow as a community. Speaking of which, I think we need to build and keep promoting that we are a growing city. About 6 years ago, when I got on city council, we had a meeting and they brought in contractors and lawyers from all over the state. And I learned a lot from it, that a lot of these contractors spend a lot of money, $500,000. By the time they get to us, they've already spent $250,000, even more, to wanting to come into our community. And this lawyer said, well, when these contractors come to me and they say, hey, will Fremont or any other community, will they want us there? Will this go through? And his answers are always either yes or maybe. And so if you're a contractor, and this is how he explained it, if you're a contractor and says, I want to build in Fremont, will they accept it? And if he says, well, maybe, what's that contractor going to do? He's going to go look somewhere else to another community and ask that lawyer, well, will this work in this community? And if he says yes, then we just lost out on a multi-million-dollar business that wanted to come to our community and grow our business. So that has always stuck with me, that I wanted to become a yes community. I want Fremont to be known to contractors and to the lawyers that help them, that when they say, hey, if we came into Fremont, if I wanted to build there, would their council and would their community accept us? I want the answer to be yes. And I think we've really done a great job of that in the past few years. We've really been growing, and it's been astronomical for our community, and I'd like to see that keep growing. I just also with probably the social media policy, sometimes I think we need to remember that the mayor is our spokesperson. I know there's been a few times where I've gotten calls from channels in Omaha or TV stations, and I just refer them to the mayor. And then I see a few other times that some of us are getting on social media or are getting on TV saying things that may not be the exact position of our city. And I think it would help us to all, if we work together, and I would like us all to start working together a little better too. And the dynamics, and maybe with some changes that we've made in our council, I think we can start working better together. And that is one of my goals, is for us to all start working together a little better.
Thank you, Council. I appreciate the comments very much. Part of that exercise was that, as we start trying to work together, and I appreciate our civility and respect for one another. I think that's also extremely important when we're doing this, and hopefully that can also set the tone for the rest in our meetings. And I hope this was a good exercise for all of us in listening and learning first. And again, I appreciate all the comments from all the council. And as we look toward the future, I think this is a great start. And hopefully you found this day to be worthwhile and a good opportunity. So thanks again. With that, I don't think we need to take a motion to adjourn, do we? We do? Okay. Take a motion to adjourn. Councilwoman Ganem.
Move that we adjourn.
Thank you. Councilman Yerger.
I second the motion.
All right. Cast your votes to adjourn. We'll have to do roll.
Yes.
5-0. Yep. We're adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.